trades that are happening by Congress members who are grossly outperforming the market, right? So meaning, obviously, they had some sort of insider information, placed a trade, and then what percentage they outperformed the market. And this person showed up on it in 2024, and she's like, oh, it's my son's account. Yeah, okay, weirdo. Like, so anyways, like, this woman is I don't know. Sorry, I've already had to hear this one, so I'm incensed by it.
All of us, and it purely disgusts me. It really does. And I represent a district that is rural, manufacturing district, blue collar workers, and people have been crushed by decades of failure in Washington, D.C. And so I have no problem pointing fingers at everyone. And the worst thing that I just can't get over is we're not working right now. And I put that criticism directly on the Speaker of the House. And we should be at work. All the people sitting in this audience, they go to work every day. People at home watching this show, they go to work every day. Ladies, you go to work every day. The people on your set, and it is an embarrassment to me that we're not in session.
He's reportedly calling his MAGA cronies.
I do agree. Listen, and this is the thing. I actually agree with a lot of things she says. I agree. Okay, you guys are not in session. You guys are a disgrace. Like, I don't think anyone is disputing that fact. But here's the thing, Margarine. You're always saying how tough you are and you're a truth teller. Then go after the real person. Oh, you hold the Speaker of the House accountable like every other coward? Mike Johnson is a coward that only works for one man. And it's very apparent Mike Johnson has no real power. He is literally a cuck who works for Trump. So having the nerve to blame someone who has zero power does not make you powerful or brave. It just makes you another coward. Oh, is Mike Johnson in charge? Is he calling the shots? Is that the guy we all need to be scared of? Like, I was going to say don't insult our intelligence. I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene could ever insult anyone's intelligence if her life actually depended upon it. Sorry, I just need to skip around to get to these. Let's tap the screen. Please share the live. I haven't been live in a long time. We'll get more people in here as we go. Trust me, this is going to be a great show. Just quickly, I miss all of you too. You just don't know. Hey, and my 2 times a week of therapy is obviously working. I talk about how I've been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So normally when I have when I get depressed or struggle with anxiety and things, it's like a snowball effect. Like, I literally can't stop it. And it used to be in my past, there was this long cycle where I would literally have to hit rock bottom, blow up my whole life in order to recover from it. It's like PTSD cycles. There's this long cycle that you just repeat. But yeah, I have been in therapy this whole time. I've been, working through it, and I do feel better. It's just being online. There's just so many things. Being online, being harassed constantly, being threatened. I have my family, if I was raised in an evangelical family that, is hard to deal with at times. So I've just had a lot of issues I've been working through. My parents' health is failing, all sorts of things. So, but I am as okay as, I don't want to be delusional and be like, I'm fine now. But you guys know, and that's why I love the internet, because we can all just be more honest. It's okay not to be okay. And I'm actually starting to think people who are saying they're okay, something is wrong with. I think it's more normal not to be okay than okay. So yeah, and that's, TikTok is my chosen family, so I have felt a huge loss not being around and not talking to you guys. This is my outlet. People are on TikTok are always like, Felice never shuts up. That's because I don't speak outside of a TikTok. I sit alone in silence. So I have missed being here and hi, Jer, I love you all, and I'll talk more about it. But yeah, I just think, let me just get back into the routine of doing this and I'll share more. But yeah, some people have no bits and pieces, but I just needed to take care of myself for a while because things were getting dark. Super, super dark. Yeah, 'cause the one thing I have tried to do is keep working out and stuff, just because that's like the only thing that helps me consistently. Again, though, we are going over Margarine Taylor Greene's performance, or whatever you want to call it. I would say, what is she trying to get, right? It seems like she's still at odds with Trump. He's not trying to make up with her. She's very bitter, as we talked about. When is the last time she started doing this crap? Oh, over the Jeffrey Epstein vote. And she started doing interviews, calling Trump out. And at that point, if you remember, I was talking about why people are like, what's happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene? Why is she doing this? And I was talking about how this, in my opinion, and many other people's opinions, this attitude from her, the first blow was no position, right? Kristi Noem got head of DHS. Margarine wanted to terrorize and round up brown people. That was her dream, which went to Kristi Noem. So she's super angry about that. And she felt like there was no other position in the cabinet for her, which she never got over. And then she wanted to run for junior senator in Georgia. She wanted to go against John Ossoff, which, come on, John Ossoff wanted Margarine to run against him. He made a website encouraging her to run against him so he would have an easier time. And Trump was basically like, yeah, you can't win, and I'm not supporting you in that. And ever since that, she has been like this, and and that's how I want you to think of it. I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is always in it for herself. But I do think also maybe there's a tiny part of her. Did I say John Ossoff? Did I not say John Ossoff? Did I say a different name? I'm sorry if I said a wrong first name, because I saw LG right there. Thank you so much for that gift. So cool. And Fetterman is the MTG of the Democratic side. Wait, what? Do you guys know that John Fetterman, that is the funniest thing I've ever heard. He's not, I never thought I would be saying someone was dumber than Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I actually think she's actually probably let's say she's better at strategic maneuvering in DC. Did you know that John Fetterman, just 2 or 3 days ago, was on Lara Trump's podcast? Like, that man John Fetterman needs to go. John Fetterman needs to get the F out. Hey, Wayne, New Zealand in the house. I missed you all so much. Okay, so anyways, we're watching Marjorie Taylor Greene's interview this morning on The View, or a few clips from it, and just brace yourself to be disgusted.
I want all the programs to be funded, and I think that is our job, all of us together, Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate. And I'll look, I'm with women, so I feel very comfortable saying this. I'm really tired of the pissing contest in Washington, D.C. between the men. Yeah. I really am.
Everyone, Marjorie Taylor Greene is with women, not with us staying alive. She's not with protecting us from sepsis, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is with women, everyone. Like, I can't do it. No, and I just want to present, Marjorie Taylor Greene is selfish. I don't know if I was raised by an actual narcissist, so I don't know if she is a narcissist. I definitely think she has a disordered brain. If she's a narcissist, she's a very dumb one, like Trump type thing, she's not super smart, but she's with women now out of necessity, I think. But could I say, here's the thing. In this point, when we're looking at a fascist takeover America, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. And as long as Marjorie Taylor Greene remains on the far right fringe of the Republican Party, terrorizing and calling out Trump and the rest of his band of small d liars, then I see it as a plus, right? I mean, she's still a bigot, a liar, and an awful person, but she's creating a problem on the right flank of the Republican Party. And I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is her wheelhouse, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene does not want to go along to get along. She does not want things to be okay. She loves being, the fly in the ointment or whatever. So great, hang out on the far right flank and, Did I not say grifter? Sorry, California. I thought I said she was a grifter. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course she's a grifter. But you know what I'm saying? I will say this though. I think and this is just my, I always say as a neurodivergent, I see the world in patterns. She has learned to play the game much better, right? She's much more controlled. Her outbursts are gone, and she's selfishly, I don't think she gives a shit about anyone but herself, but she's making logical moves that she believes will benefit herself rather than yelling about space lasers. But I just think it's hilarious for her to sit here. Embarrassed American, one of my favorite TikTok handles. Hi, nice to see you. Aren't we all? Okay, wait, what's this one? Oh yeah, and so again, this is what irks me though. And I see this from every Republican. Republican men are like, we're real men, we're alphas. Like, I'm an alpha because I have like 87 pew-pews, and that makes me a man. And because I tell women to shut up and stay in their place. But I don't hear any of you alpha men having the guts to call out Donald Trump. Like, they're all like, hey, I blame Mike Johnson. Let me just tell you something. Punching down is not a flex. You are not an alpha when you constantly punch down. You're just another coward who's scared to say the truth. Hey, there's a crazy guy doing unreasonable things, a grifter enriching himself to the tune of billions. If you, let's just say this, either Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you actually think Mike Johnson is the problem, then you are dumber than I ever thought. I don't believe you think that. I think you know what the problem is. And I don't even think Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to get rid of Trump. I think she wants something from him. She's trying to leverage him, right? This is not about ideals. She's like, I'm going to make noise over here on the far right flank until it becomes a big enough problem that he gives me what I want. But I would say this. In all the history of the Republican Party, these moves are not well received by women, or when women do it, right? You're still a woman. Like, they don't want you, Margarine. And whether you learn that today, tomorrow, or whenever, they don't care. They don't want you. So it's going to be a hard pill to swallow when she finally has to realize that.
And so I have no problem pointing.
I love to read comments. Fu Chains said she needs him to, or I assume you meant for re-election. She actually doesn't. That's why she's doing this, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republicans' favorite activity, right, in super majority red states is gerrymandering. Marjorie Taylor Greene is in probably one of the safest districts in the entire country. So actually, it's similar to why Thomas Massie does it, right? Thomas Massie's the guy that has partnered, the representative, who's partnered with Ro Khanna on the discharge petition, which now has all its votes. As soon as Mikey J puts the House back in session and swears in Adelita Grijalva, we have the 218 signatures on the Epstein discharge petition to release the files. That's why they are terrified to go back to work, right? But Thomas Massie, right? Trump's like, we're going to primary you. Your life's over. Like he is in like a red plus 35 district or something. So is she. If you don't know about District 14 in Georgia, actually, even if she just started saying F Trump, it's very possible he couldn't get her out of there anyways. Right? Like, so as long as that's what she's doing. She's walking a tightrope. She'll be like, oh, I love Trump, but the Republicans are failing the American people, right? She's trying to walk this tightrope, and she's watched Thomas Massie play this game, and she's like, oh, I can do that. And she can. It's the same reason we're never getting rid of Jim. I let Ohio State wrestlers be diddled Jordan. He is in one of the safest red districts in the backwoods of Ohio. Turkey. It's that time of year. I remember that gift from last year. Okay.
Fingers at everyone, and the worst thing that I just can't get over is we're not working right now. And I put that criticism directly on the Speaker of the House, and we should be at work. All the people sitting in this audience. Did
you hear? I put it on the Speaker of the House. You put it on the biggest cuck in all of politics who literally has not had his own opinion. Mike Johnson is a constitutional lawyer who has now become a pathological liar and coward for Trump. That's what you put it on him. I would too if I was a coward, Margarine. Stop flexing and not having the actual guts to say the truth.
They go to work every day. People at home watching this show, they go to work every day. Ladies, you go to work every day. The people on your set, and it is an embarrassment to me that we're not in session.
Mm-hmm. And getting paid.
I'm not taking a paycheck.
Good for you.
Exactly.
I'm not taking a paycheck.
Exactly.
Good for you. Exactly.
Margarine's not taking her paycheck, but she is insider trading. Like, if you just joined, she's on the unusual whales list for 2024. Like, and she's like, oh, that's my son's money. Yeah, because none of you, yeah, that's how it works. Like, I don't know. I can't deal with it. Of course, it's nothing for you guys. That's why I get so mad when they're like, we haven't had a COLA adjustment in years, which is, cost of living adjustment. Yeah, you're all insider trading, except for the few people who aren't, and that's why we say, we need to do something about stock trading in Congress, and there should basically be a contract. Oh, you guys want raises? Well, you can have them when you sign a contract that says you will divest. And that doesn't mean that you can take insider information only available to Congress members and trade stocks, give that information to your son or your financial.
Say you don't believe in the QAnon conspiracies anymore?
Oh, I went over that a long time ago. I mean,
you've changed.
Well, no, I haven't changed. I was a victim, just like you were, of media lies and stuff you read on social media. You all have attacked me many times on this show.
We have.
Because of things that you read about me. Mm-hmm. That weren't true.
Or clips we've seen.
Or clips you've seen
the Jewish space
took me out of
lasers.
context.
What was that about?
No, but
wait, hold
not
on.
even true.
Let's take a second.
Yeah, it's been
I'm
rebuffed.
getting the...
Just to be clear, it is true. You tweeted it. Like, what are you talking about? It's not true. It's a tweet that you tweeted and then doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on for an entire it's not, yeah, she's no, you guys, I would argue everyone's mad about Margarine is a victim of her own idiocy. Like, yeah, I agree, Margarine, you're a victim of your own stupidity and bigotry. Who was here when I showed you guys who Margarine's ex-husband was and him like attacking those two Muslim children in a parking garage for 10 minutes? Like, it's absolutely once I saw who her ex-husband was, what's his name? His name's Perry Green or something. Once I saw how awful her ex-husband was, yeah, Toodle, of course you're here, but yeah, it's oh yeah, no, I already brought up the Sandy Hook thing. Yeah, her terrorizing David Hogg and yeah, you're a victim of your own bigotry and your own idiocy, and now you've gotten a lot smarter, which I just want to say something. Don't think she's not a problem, right? Everybody, and actually this is a great point which I hadn't thought of, so I'm just kind of developing this line of logic in my mind, but we saw, right, the real Margarine Taylor Greene. We saw her for 2 years, probably a solid year, her first year in Congress. That was the real her. And I would argue that is who they all are, right? And I'm saying the extremist Republicans. I'm not talking about independents or sane people who aren't bigots, but the majority of them, that's who they truly are, right? And now she's gotten smart. And I remember when Kevin McCarthy, when she first got to Congress, how attached she was to Kevin McCarthy. And Kevin McCarthy's like, I'm teaching her the game, insider trader, K Street, which is where all the lobbying firms are, K Street, grifter. Kevin McCarthy's like, oh, I just need to teach her, I just need to polish her up, and teach her the game. Meaning all of them are racist bigots. All of them hold these beliefs that she was screaming out loud, right? But they just don't say it. I actually would prefer the old her, the dumb one who had no filter. Now she's just like the rest of them, like a terrifying person who's like, hey, I have all this hate in my heart, all this bigotry. I'm constantly discriminating in my mind, but I'm just pretending not to now, right? I actually prefer the old her. she is who she is. Exactly. But think about it. Now she's like, oh, that was the old me. No, it's you. It's you now. It's you now. Like, you're just now smart enough to shut it. Long time. I know. I missed you guys so much. And Jennifer, thank you so much. I want to say, just dropped off my ballot. I know. Thank you. Dick Cheney finally died. I was like, torn. I'll get to that. I was actually not going to say anything unless someone brought it up, because I don't think we should even acknowledge, like, Dick Cheney is, I'll get to it in a second. And you're back. My birthday isn't even for 2 more weeks. Today is a good day. Jennifer, thank you so much for that. It was like Cash App or Venmo you sent me last week. Actually, like, that message you sent me, I'm not going to cry, but, like, sorry, I've been having the worst time with my mental health. And, like, thank you for thinking of me and, like, motivating me. I saw that message and I was like, okay, like, I do need to get it together. Like, people are suffering through work without sarcastic banter. So, Jennifer, like, you have helped me immensely. I do appreciate. Thank you for thinking of me and remembering me. I love you all too. And thank you for the $5. I mean it so much. This is my job. I haven't worked for a while. This is how you can tip me on the apps. And I'll get into it later. I'm going to start using Streamlabs for tips, which I think is more streamlined. Or if you would like to become a super fan, I would much appreciate it. I know I need to update gift goals. Okay, I'm going to update the gift goal now, but this is a longer clip. So Whoopi Goldberg basically starts talking to Marjorie Taylor Greene and being like, so, okay, like, you believe in free speech? Like, how do you feel about the occupation of cities? And this is what I'm saying. Like, she is smarter, but still a shitbag. I mean, just in my opinion.
Wondered, because, you know, free speech is everything, and it feels like it's harder to do and to have in this country. Do you think it's a good idea for the military to be marching into our cities and towns right now because maybe people don't like the speech that they're hearing? How do we combat that and get back to going after the people who really are the problems?
Well, you know, on speech, free speech, I want to say that I think that all of us right here are doing a great job of exchanging our ideas and things that we believe in, and we're doing it in a very professional and kind way. And
are you okay? Is she, like, the delusion? I just want to tell you this, like, as someone who, I mean, I don't know how to say this. I'm not conceited. I just think my brain works very quickly and very efficiently, right? I'm a very smart person. This is a very smart move she's making, right? Like, I'm just telling you, like, I'm actually more scared of her because she's learned something, which is, okay, I shouldn't just come in hot. Like, I'm going to disarm them with kindness. Like, what the don't you with decent humans are if she said that to me, like, look at us all, look how we are all behaving nicely, I'd be like, like, are you lost? We are not a thing. There's us decent people, and then there's you over here, weirdo. like I'm telling you, this woman, I mean, it's interesting to watch. She's getting smarter, not less shitty, you know, not more empathetic, but she's learning to play a game. And I think, like, I've never seen, like, she was the most raw, I would say, her and Lauren Boebert, as far as, like, having zero common sense, just blurting out whatever they want. But I would prefer that. At least we knew, okay, you guys are horrible bigots, like, who want the worst for everyone, but white males, which is ironic because you're not white males. You know what I mean? Like, and at least we knew where they stand. Yeah, way less feral, exactly. Like, they're inside now, so they're indoor cats now. Like, it's just scary though. Like, please don't group yourself in a group with decent people.
in my opinion, I think we need more of that in America. I really do. And
yeah, that's a great point. Misfit 3469. She's on a sinking ship. And she absolutely is, because this is the thing. When you're in a completely gerrymandered district, like, Lauren Boebert actually has an advantage. She switched districts, which she had to do. Or Lauren Boebert, which by the way, where the F is Lauren Boebert? Like, that's a, you know what I'm saying? Smart enough to stay effing silent. But the reason Lauren Boebert switched districts to Ken Buck's district, which is extremely Republican but wealthy. These are rich people, right? I think in Georgia, like of all the representatives, she may excuse me, let me say that again. Of all the Republican representatives, like her district, these people are going to lose their health care, lose their SNAP. I actually don't think there is another position to take. Like, this is one of the most depressed economies of any district in the United States. Like, and these people are going to lose everything. And I think it's self-interest. I think she's bad at Trump. She's not director of Homeland Security, flying around with her creepy boyfriend, Brian Glenn. If you're like, who the F is Brian Glenn? The guy that told Zelensky in the White House to put on a suit while he's like fighting a war. That's Marjorie's boyfriend, who she got with while she was still married to her absolutely awful ex-husband, Perry Green. And you're like, why are you talking about her boyfriend? I've talked about this. If you haven't watched The People's Receipts, this is episode 112. Like, and do your own research on this. There's a lot of it. Like, I'm always reading Capitol Hill blogs, and that's who makes DC go, right? Kristi Noem is dating Corey Lewandowski, allegedly. I could spend 4 hours telling you how shady and awful that man is. They're rumored to be living in the same apartment, or they have videos of him coming in and out, and he's flying around with her on PJs and military airplanes while she cosplays immigration czar. So that's the life Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted, right? Like, that was what she felt Trump owed her. And let's be honest, he did owe her more than he owed Kristi Noem. I just think he likes Kristi Noem more because he's very shallow and awful. So she's like, that was my life, and you took it.
A lot of people wanted me to come on the show, and
Kristi Noem was living on a base. Oh, that's a whole nother thing. Actually, I don't know. And I have so many things to tell you guys. I haven't seen you guys in literally almost a month. So the things I have to tell you, one of the things I've been researching a lot, who brought that up? Because I just want to give you credit for saying something smart. Whoever brought up the military bases thing, don't stop it. I don't know what house she has, but just know this. And I have this clip somewhere, and I know I clipped it, so I just need to remember where it is. One of the egregious things, so much grifting, so much theft is going on in the Republican government. They are, like Stephen Miller, do you know where he's living? In a general's house on a military base. Like, these people aren't paying rent. They just have taken over houses, and they're saying it's because of security reasons, right? Like, these people, a lot of them, when you say like, oh, they're living on a military base, that sounds like gross, like it's not that great. No, they're taking over huge houses on military bases. Oh yeah, Corey is allegedly her chief of staff. They're dating. Like, he's not doing anything for her, but yeah, you can look up the pictures yourself. Hey, Triska, missed you. Yeah, thank you, G. Weber. They're taking over mansions on bases. Like, look this up. Trump's cabinet is populating. Thank you so much. Okay, Kristen, I appreciate that gift, and I love a cetacean. The only fish that literally walked out of the water, grew lungs, and was breathing fresh air, and like, this sucks, I'm going back in the ocean. Like, whales, cetaceans are the smartest animals to ever live. Like, they're like, nope, I'm just gonna stay in the water. Yeah, so anyways, look this up though. This is a real thing that people are starting to research and report on, is that Trump's cabinet, they're not even paying their own rent in DC. They're literally taking over like huge houses on military bases and living in them. And I didn't know that about Kristi Noem, but I 100% believe it. I do know the apartment she has an apartment in a tower. And the reason I know that is because different reporters film her constantly, or Corey Lewandowski going in and going out at like 3 a.m. Like, so I know I think technically has an apartment, but to hear she's also has some, possibly is inhabiting a military base. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. Stephen Miller is apparently living, and I need to do more research on it. Like I said, I started my research yesterday at 6 a.m. and there's just, so much to cover. Because you guys know, attention to detail is my thing. But yeah, like the one that I know, like ProPublica is looking into, Stephen Miller's like living in a general's mansion, like on a military base. And they're like, it's for security, which we'll get into Kash Patel, right? For security, the FBI director gets to fly everywhere on a PJ, apparently, including to his, FBs, like, or whatever he's been up to, which we'll get to. But like the grifting, this is what I said when George Santos popped up and everyone was like, can you believe this? Can you believe, which is he getting a part? Did he get a pardon too? I believe George Santos has been pardoned and doesn't have to go to jail. Like George, and believe me, the only crimes he committed were basically against Republicans. Like he stole the credit cards of his own Republican donors. He defrauded Republicans and has had his sentence commuted. Thank you. And people, when he popped up, people like, can you believe this? I'm like, I can absolutely believe it. Like this, you're saying this is the Republican way now, being a creepy, lying grifter. And all these people emulate and are in a cult where the head of that cult is an idiot who's lied and grifted his way to the top. Like anything that now happens, we should believe it, right? Like this is their model. The guy they call king that they want to, run a dictatorship over America is a grifter. I don't know why anyone would be surprised by all of these people being giant grifters.
Say nasty things and all of us to fight. They wanted all of us to fight.
Thank you for not doing that.
Oh my goodness, no. I didn't want to do that.
It's like 5-1.
She could handle it, but she didn't want to. Handle it.
No, I didn't want to do that today because I believe that people with powerful voices like myself and like you, and especially women to women, we need to pave a new path. This country, our beautiful country, our red, white, and blue flag is just being ripped to shreds, and I think it takes women of maturity to sew it back together. And I think that happens through free speech.
Who wrote that line? Do you know what I'm saying? Because this is what I've noticed about idiots who are in Congress, because they don't, especially Margarine, who may or may not be a narcissist. I don't know. And when I say narcissist, I mean lacks empathy and thinks she's God. Like these people tend to hire people dumber than them, right? Like, which is scary because it's like, she's not smart. Her speechwriter wrote that line, like, and I assume she's trying to do a nod to like, Betsy Ross sewed the American flag. America is now broken and we women need to stitch it back together. Like, was that real? Yeah, she thinks it's real. Like, this woman is it's just, yes, we women need to do all the work and pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, as long as we don't have sepsis, right? Like, since we've been denied healthcare, the rising rates of sepsis for women, you know what I mean? Like, are just going up and up. So as long as you're not, dying of sepsis, because apparently we're just incubators and who can't get medical care, get to sewing. Like, I don't even. But somebody you think Marjorie Taylor Greene just came up with that? Like, women, no, someone told her to say that. Oh, but this part, like, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it's still a lie.
Called them, quote unquote, I believe this is you, mostly weak Republican men. So, would you like to name names?
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot of paid social media influencers. And I found it very interesting that they were the MAGA accounts, but they're all paid, and they all attacked me when I announced I was coming to join you ladies on The View. And I think that's very weak and pathetic. But when I talk about weak Republican men, I'm pretty much talking oftentimes about the leadership in the House and the Senate, and they're not getting our agenda done.
Called them, quote unquote.
Is true. I mean, they do need to stand up to Trump, but you're not. I mean, I will. Yeah. Well, actually, let me just. First of all, thank you. Hold on. Let me get this right. Christina, thank you so much for the CA. She tipped me. I just don't want to say that because I'm scared. So great to see you, sweetie. So great to see you too. You guys just don't know how much I've missed you guys. You guys are my only friends in life. Heather, thank you also for the Venmo. You're amazing. I'm so glad you're on and that I'll be able to watch when I'm done volunteering at my new thing. I just spent $94 at the Dollar Tree on personal hygiene products to take with me because those things are always needed. Yeah, I mean, I could get so much into it. I have so many things to talk to you guys about. Like, speaking of going to places like the Dollar Tree, can I just say, and this is just someone, because I don't have an eidetic memory, but I almost have one. If it wasn't for all the trauma, I probably would have a photographic memory. But like, because of trauma, my hippocampus enlarges and sometimes my memory's not perfect. But pricing algorithms. I will never forget how hard Kamala Harris, whose brain works, who passed the California bar, is literally pound for pound the most intelligent presidential candidate we've ever had, tried to help poor Republican idiots get out of their own way and explain to them pricing algorithms and how dangerous they would be for our ability to survive. And like I said, I have a near photographic memory. I want you guys to start noticing if you buy things online, like let's say, and the reason I'm saying this is because Heather was saying I went physically into a Dollar Tree. My advice, if you want to get the lowest prices for things, is you need to go into a Dollar Tree or go physically into a brick and mortar store, because the fluctuation of pricing algorithms I bought a pack of 16.9, this is how detailed it was, floor ounce water bottles 2 days ago from Walmart, like the Great Value brand. I went back on today because I was like, I should just stock up. The price today was $5.87. So I have an air-gapped computer, right, that rarely, like, it's, I never connect to the internet. It's not connected to anything that I do, not to the metadata of my shopping behavior, because I like to just see, like, what's going on. They're still the same price I paid 2 days ago if they don't know who I am, $3.98. Like, and Amazon is so guilty of this. Every time I buy something, right, like, let's say I'm obsessed with Gatorade Zero right now because I run and walk 10 miles a day. $10.98 on Amazon for 12 20-ounce bottles. I bought them. They raised the price to like $14. I don't pay. I refuse to pay. I put it in my cart purposely, take it out. A day later, it's back to $10.98. And I'm saying this because you need to plan and understand that when they believe through your purchase history that you need something and the only place you can get it is online, they will raise the price over and over. Obviously, prices are held constant. It's at a constant at a grocery store. They're not like, oh, this idiot will pay $2 more. Let's charge her a little bit more. And when Kamala Harris tried to talk about how on top of tariffs, pricing algorithms would devastate the economy. Do you know what they said about her? Communist, socialist. She's trying to do price fixing. No, what she was trying to do was stop AI algorithmic price fixing. It is happening constantly. And I'm just giving you this advice, like, notice when you are buying things online, and I'm saying this mainly if it's something you buy every week or every how often, notice it. And when they raise that price, don't pay for it. Go get it at the store, or wait, put it in your cart a couple of times, take it out, because the price will go back down. Like it's, and I know this because I always talk about, I worked at a tech company, pre and post IPO, like huge social media company. Like they are seeing your tolerance. And when I worked in the tech industry and I was working 90 hours a week, I was exhausted. There's no way I would notice any of this. I would have just paid it and been like, yeah, I'll just pay it. I have no time to deal with this. Right. So, and that's what I'm saying. The most vulnerable of us, elderly people who can't walk, can't drive themselves to the store. These are the people who are going to be taken. And I'm going to start screenshotting this stuff so people know. And I'm always like, when they lower the price back down, I'm always right. Do not let them, when you pay a price once, do not pay a higher price the next time, because all you're doing in metadata is showing your tolerance for them raising prices on you. And all Kamala Harris was ever trying to say was, hey, I'm trying to protect people from this. They're like, she's that woman laughs too much and her brain doesn't work. Your brains don't work. And because of it, our lives are now awful because you guys are idiots. Literally. There's no other nice way to say it. You guys are idiots. And I'll never get over it. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I had to add these twice. I think I'm about to play the same clip I've already played. Hold on. I think I have one more clip to play, but it is not this one. I already played this. I had to add them twice because the cloud was not updating. Okay, I think that is all of those clips. I want to get into... Oh, give me one more second. Thank you, Ashley. We mentally checked out at the same time again. Glad to be on this roller coaster with you, Smashly. Smashly, isn't that awesome? So glad we're on the same depression cycle. so amazing. I love it. And I would say I love when people, this is something I've been noticing is like people questioning other people's mental health in the media or being like, oh, she's crazy. She has like... Let me tell you something. If you are noticing that, there's something horrible going on in America and that is bothering you, that's a sign of intelligence. And I mean that truly. If you are not aware that you are being robbed, that is a sign that you cannot read or do math. Or in a cult. Let me just say that because or in cognitive dissonance, or you're a grifter profiting from the MAGA, grift. Like those are the only options. But if you're an actual average person who's in MAGA and you're like, all these people have mental health problems, and you're not recognizing that your children's financial future is over, that means your brain doesn't work. The only healthy way, like anxiety, fear about what may happen, that is the literal definition of anxiety. That's a sign that you understand what is happening around you. Especially if I had children, well, I wouldn't be, in a depression cave if I had kids. But yeah, I cannot imagine how people with children are feeling. Like the housing market alone, I could do a 5-hour live talking about the Arizona housing market and how none of us have a future anymore. Like, it is delusional to be like, oh, this person has mental health problems. If you're not a little bit anxious, if you're not a little bit fearful, if you're not, and that's healthy, right? And like, what was I going to say? Courage, right, is feeling anxious, feeling scared, and continuing to persevere through it, right? That's what bravery is. Like being an idiot who has no idea what's going on and contributing to the problem is not helpful in any way. And it never will help us. Like, I'm sorry, I've lost patience with a lot of people. I want to get into some polling stuff because I think this is very important. I'm going to skip around a lot today. I have so many good things. But so many polls have come out leading up to the election. I think there's like 7 like pretty, and I'm just talking about the reputable ones, right? 7 super reputable polls that have come out in the last couple of weeks around Trump's performance. And as usual, absolutely flaccid impotence. Trump is now the least popular president in the history of the United States. And I just want you, second only to himself in his first term.
Approval rating right now, John, sits at 37%. That is a low mark in this term for Donald Trump. His disapproval is at 63%. That's a high mark for his entire time as president, first and second term combined. I will say Democrats and independents fleeing him, of course. Republicans still with him, which is why we'll see him doing these tele-rallies tonight for the Republican candidates for governor. Take a look over the course of this year. You'll see down here, mid-February, late February, he was at 48% approval. That was a honeymoon period after the election. He's now been steadily going down all year long. Why? One of the reasons why, it seems, is that the American people think he's gone too far when using presidential power. 61% say so, way up from February. And deporting undocumented immigrants, 57% of Americans in this poll, John, say that he has gone too far in doing that. And in fact, he said just the opposite on 60 Minutes last night.
You know, David, a great man, called this poll sort of a mood ring for the country. And it does seem that voters are saying they're in a pretty bad mood.
They are. It's a pretty sour American electorate out there. 32% of Americans say things are going well in the country, John. 68%.
I just want you to know, like, because I've done a deeper dive, like I have, I think 7 polls, the PDFs of them, and I've been using that AI thing. I pay like $50 a month to analyze that data. Just to be clear, like the general idea, independents have left Trump. And the Republicans in general, anyone supporting Trump. Independents have left Trump. Obviously, Democrats never were anywhere near him. But the entire middle of the country, not to say moderate Republicans, I think some of them probably have, but I'm not speaking for them. Independents have completely left Trump and are now in a group with Democrats and I'm sure some moderate Republicans. But I would say this is pretty accurate, right? Like I've always said, like how large is MAGA and like the fringe MAGA? It is like there's hardcore MAGA, which I would say is the real scaries, probably 25%. And then there's like the fringe folks bordering the moderates, right? And maybe that's 7 to 10%. Yeah, that is who continues to support Trump. And because of fear, and I'm saying that because of the cowards in paid media, right? These large corporations who are owned by billionaires and shareholders that don't want to face Trump's wrath. Like when they're trying to like somehow balance this, there's no balance. This is the least popular president in history. Independents have left him. The only people left are the people. And MAGA, I don't want to do this to you, but I just don't. You are factually being robbed, and if you can't recognize that, I don't know what else to say. Like you need to learn to read and do math, and especially the math, because I want to say that when I got really sad and I was staying in Colorado for a month, like I had a lot. Colorado's getting scary, you guys. I don't know what's going on over there. There's a lot of weirdos. But this Uber driver tried to tell me like, I don't believe any numbers. Numbers can say anything. And I was like, math does not lie, sir. Now, someone can manipulate data, right? People lie. Numbers don't, math does not lie, right? Data sets tell a story that is 100% accurate. And that's why I say, like, I used to be this way. And I think, like, we had this really cool conversation in the Discord, which, by the way, link in bio, join the Discord. I'm going to be a lot more active in there coming up now that I'm not going, now that I've crawled out of my depression cave. But we had this conversation where it's like, sometimes I think as women, especially from a young age, it can be almost, I don't want to say intimidating, but you're not encouraged to like necessarily be great at math or like understand it. There's a huge, and we know this, there's a huge deficit of women in science, technology, in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. It's because we're almost trained to just leave that to the men. Men will figure it out, right? And like the more I was like, well, you know what? Like I'm starting to think math is really simple and I should just embrace it and get into it. Like, you know, and then I was like, holy shit, math is really simple. Men are just idiots. And now I understand actually, and this is just my personal opinion. I believe most of MAGA cannot do math. They have no idea. And again, I want to say, I'm not talking. Some can, but like if you give them a data set and say, hey, can you tell it what story is this? They would never be able to like figure that out. And so instead of just admitting that, because that's how I was about math, I was almost hostile. Like, I don't want to admit I'm intimidated by this, right? And that's how I think MAGA men are. They don't know. They don't know. And they've been trained because of Trump's constant disinformation in the media to just say, oh, it's just a manipulation. It's all lies. It's not, right? And here's my point of why I think everyone, once you just get into it, and that's what I'm saying. We had this long conversation in the Discord where it's like, yeah, I was so intimidated like by statistics and math. I even took statistics in college and I was still like, yeah, I feel intimidated by it. Or like when I would debate, I'd be like, sometimes I don't know if I should speak to it, but just look into it. Because then when people tell you something and your instinct, and this is for MAGA men, I know you won't do any of it, but your instinct is to say, well, that's all a lie. You're just manipulating, you know, like my Uber driver who's like, I just think people can make numbers say anything. I was like, maybe with polling, but, you know, but data sets, legitimate data sets tell a story, right? And that's the truth, an accurate story. Now, if a dishonest person is in charge of that data set, maybe it becomes a little skewed. But the reality is, I just encourage everyone, Logica 1 monkey, my degree is in mathematics. I played volleyball in college and one of my teammates was a math major. I remember like sophomore year, she was like taking something called discrete structures. Yeah. If you're a math major, F you, it's not that easy for all of us, but the world must be super fascinating. But I'm saying no longer MAGA men. MAGA men figured out, but to women, don't be, I know it's been like, I think it's like a cultural thing where we're just supposed to be in a support role to men. Oops, puzzle piece, give me 1 second. Where we're supposed to be in a support role to men. Unable to verify. Hold on, my puzzle is not working. Uh-oh. I did it. Okay, sorry. I have no idea. I thought my live was going to end, but I got it on the third try. But I just want to encourage everyone. It's come to my attention because I was a history major. Like I stayed largely away from math. And the more I get into it now, it's super easy. And here's the best part. AI can do the hard work. You don't, I'm not asking anyone to get into algebra, but just know that when you hear something, like I think it's becoming important for us all to be able to look at data and understand it because, we're being robbed. And if you're being robbed, it's important to be able to, fact check it.
Say they're going badly. This is clearly driven in large part by the economy, which is by far and away the most important issue for Americans. 47% say economy, cost of living, top issue. 26% say state of democracy. 10% say immigration. 7% crime and safety. And so what does that mean in terms of Trump's policies affecting the U.S. economy? Well, 61% of Americans say they've worsened the American economy. Only 27% say Trump's policies have improved the economy. John.
That 61% is a tough number for Republicans facing election tomorrow, and certainly for the president as he tries to improve his position heading into the midterms next.
Approval rating right now, John, sits at 30.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I want to get into, I thought this was a great video because Ben Meiselas takes complex information and kind of makes it easier to grasp. He made this clip yesterday and I was like, I have to show them this. This is brilliant.
Donald Trump is having a disastrous Monday morning. This may be one of the worst days of his entire term, of both terms, in fact. He was just hit with catastrophic polling from CNN 24 hours before the critical November 4th elections, where Prop 50 in California to do a mid-decade redistricting there is on the ballot, where you have critical governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey are on the ballot there. Donald Trump just got this data from CNN. His disapproval rating right now is 63%. That's worse than either term based on the CNN polling. In other words, his polling right now is worse than it was when he left office following the January 6th insurrection. And it's not just the CNN.
Just grasp that. Like, people hate him more now than when he did a failed coup, which failed coups are his thing, which we'll get into Venezuela, right? Like, nobody, I mean, if you've listened to me, you know, but a lot of people don't know. MAGA certainly doesn't know. Trump tried to do a coup in Venezuela in his first term, at the end of his first term. It was a failed one. Obviously, Maduro's still there. He didn't accomplish it. Then he tried to do a coup on J6. Did not work. Failed. Then he tried to help, right? This is why he's now leveraging, using tariffs to threaten and leverage Brazil, is because he encouraged his creepy friend Bolsonaro to do a coup, and they put it down. And they not only put it down, like, people are going to jail. Like, they got more accountability in Brazil than we ever did. And, you know, what's his name? Oh my God. Lula da Silva, who's amazing. He's like a leftist who spent like years in prison, got out and is now the president. And Trump's trying to leverage Brazil because he's mad about his friend Bolsonaro, who's like in exile in Disney World. Literally, I think he's like hiding out in Orlando somewhere. And Trump loves a failed coup. And now he's like trying to do it, you know, he's like, oh, and now I'm going to do the real thing. Like, embarrassing.
Poll. It's catastrophic polling across the board, across all demographics, across every single issue he's underwater in. Again, the TIP poll, the YouGov poll, the Economist poll. Donald Trump is indeed a historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president at this time in history. And all the Trump sycophants are trying to make.
Can I just point something out? Because you know me and my very good memory. Does it, like, in 2022, is it 2022? 2023 is probably more accurate. When Trump, well, actually, no, maybe it was late 2022. Because remember, Trump started campaigning for running for president like 4 years before he had to, right? So he was like ramping up his presidential run like 18 years before he needed to. And I mean, I looked at the list of professors, and I have this in an outline. I have the article, but basically the most prolific and famous historical like minds in the country like weighed in on who was the worst president in history. And Trump was voted number one, and he went insane over this. And they had all these logical reasons. You know what I mean? These are people, these with doctorates who are published over and over and over, just being like, this man is garbage. And Trump was like, no, I'm amazing. And I just think it's very ironic that this is what they said. And now mathematically, Americans have confirmed it, right? Like, he was like, these are what his excuse was, or like, this is why we have to do away with universities, which is one of the tenets of fascism, right? Like, nobody can be smarter than creepy, dumb, dear leader. So we've got to get intelligent minds and people who can analyze data out of the picture, right? Like, the first people to go are the non-idiots. And he's like, this is why we got to get rid of people whose brains work, because they keep accurately identifying that I'm dumb. And now the country has accurately identified that he's awful, that he is actually, at this pace, the worst president in history. And just to be clear, the second worst president in history is Donald Trump in his first term. So apparently those people whose brains work accurately identified a problem. Hey, Chris, I miss you so much. Text me later. We need to hang out.
Sense of it. Cat Turd, a MAGA Republican influencer, is like, these polls are all fake, it's all fake. And again, 37% of Americans approve, 63% disapprove. Then when it comes to the generic ballot, if the midterms were held tomorrow, based on the CNN poll, who would the American people want to control Congress? By a margin of 47 to 42%, the American people want Democrats to control Congress. Also, let's take a look at YouGov, as Owen Winter says. In our polling with YouGov, since the start of his second term, Trump's net approval has fallen 17 points among white Americans, 28 points among Hispanic Americans, and 38 points among black Americans. So he's net negative 74 amongst black Americans, net negative 37 among Hispanic Americans, and net negative 1 now amongst white Americans. So he's underwater.
Net negative 37 amongst Hispanic Americans. And I was looking up, because you know how Trump says, black people love me, Hispanic people love me, like I got the largest percentage of the, he just constantly tells lies. That's not true. I was looking up because I couldn't remember. I think I don't want to say it because I can't remember the numbers, but yeah, it's just like basically I would say with the black vote, it was super small, and he doubled the super small percentage in the last election, which is still very much under 50% or anywhere near it. And then with Hispanics, can you imagine? And that's why I'm so interested in today. This is the warning shot. He redistricted Texas, right? Without voting, which we're going to get into Prop 50 and Trump. Oh my God. And Trump is out of his mind today on Truth Social. So just notice Prop 50 is what? A Democratic vote for residents of California. I think it was Seabass who said he voted. Hi, Fish Bastion. Miss you. Voted yes on Prop 50 because that's what democracy is. You don't just make a dictatorial decision from the White House, which is missing a couple walls now, and it's an absolute shit show there. And then call up the governor of Texas and be like, hey, I decided that you're going to gerrymander the Texas maps and create more seats for me, right? Democracy is, hey, we're going to put this on the ballot. You all can see what's happening. And if you guys want to help us fight this and redistrict California, and then we will reevaluate and return it to norm, again with our nonpartisan redistricting commission after, we'll do that. That's actual democracy. So it's super ironic to listen to Trump be like, this Prop 50 is fascism. No, fascism was when you just redistricted Texas. But the beauty is, and why I'm so interested in today's elections and what we'll see going on, is just understand the population growth in Texas in terms of what you can see, has largely been Hispanics. So they went off. Who voted for them in the presidential election, which was a lot of Hispanics. The population growth has been Hispanic. And then you started a psychotic terror campaign against all Hispanic people. So it's going to be very interesting. And I don't know if I've talked about this before, but I haven't seen you guys in a month. So understand that. Texas is redistricting. The largest population growth, and almost only that it makes any difference, has been Hispanic people. And they redistricted based on Hispanics that voted for Trump. So I don't even know if they have a chance anymore. I think if you're Hispanic and you're like, I love living in terror, I can't wait to be pulled out of my car at any moment and beaten. That's literally, I shouldn't even do this right now, but I'll just get into it. Speaking of which, Kristi Noem was saying that they've never, I think her exact words are, we've never detained an American citizen. I'll get into that later. I believe 170 is the count, 170. And I'm talking about people were trapped in prison for months and were given no resources and no access to lawyers. That's how many American citizens who had too much melanin have been detained. Yeah, these are things that can be tracked. So for Trump and Kristi Noem to say they've never detained American citizens is delusional. But this is in Chicago. So there was like ICE was terrorizing people down the street. There was like a protest going on to try to stop them. The ICE officers tried to speed away, hit a woman who's driving her car, who's an American citizen. And this is what they did to her. I don't even know what to say. And this is a story in the Chicago Tribune, if you want to look it up.
Yeah! Hit and run! Hit and run! That's a hit and run! Hit and run! Hit and run! That's a hit and run! Hit and run! Hit and run! Yeah. Look, hey, watch out with that weapon! That weapon! Yo, watch out! What's wrong with you? You hit it! You hit her! Yo! What's wrong?
You hit her.
You hit her! You guys hit her! You guys hit her! What's wrong with y'all? Y'all hit her? Y'all bust a whole U-turn in the middle of the street. Y'all hit her. Y'all on camera. Leave her alone. She ain't even do shit. She trying to go to work. She's trying to go to work.
What the fuck?
Oh, what? Crazy shit. Y'all some crazy. Y'all got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
Get off.
Crazy.
Get off.
She's a female.
Get off of her right now.
You guys hit her. How you guys gonna arrest her?
Get off.
You guys hit her. Man, how y'all gonna arrest her, man? Y'all bogus as fuck.
Get off her. What's your name?
You hit her. You guys hit her. You guys hit her. Whole lawsuit right there. Believe that. I'm telling you. Don't get your issue. Keep fucking around in Chicago.
There are 3 men assaulting this woman who they hit with their car and nearly killed. There are 3 men assaulting her while a man with an AR and a mask on stands. We couldn't wear masks to save the 1.3 million people that were unalived in COVID. Does anyone notice that? I love the excuse of like, you all wanted us to wear masks during COVID. Yeah, that's because of science. We were trying to help you and your family stay alive. I wish we never asked any of you to wear masks. And now they're like, well, now we're wearing masks. Yeah, it's not a pandemic. Now you're wearing masks to terrorize American citizens and non-American citizens. Nobody deserves to be terrorized unlawfully. They T-boned her car, almost unalived her, then dragged her out of the car and continued terrorizing her while people were screaming for them to stop. And I think it was Tootle, I'm sorry if I got it wrong, who was like, I'm so sickened by these daily videos. And that's the truth. If you are like, one of the last times I debated, I remember this guy's like, they never did this to Americans. They just didn't prove it. And I just had happened to have my daily video, because I was so like a guy named Angel who they just like beat within an inch of his life. If you are not smart enough to know that this is absolutely happening to American citizens, that's not our fault. You just are an idiot and don't know what's going on. This is absolutely happening every single day to American citizens. But also it's happening to people who are here with green cards, people who are here with asylum claims. All of these people are legally in America, legally, and are being terrorized and disappeared. Anyways.
Fucking around in Chicago. Hey, baby girl, you good? Don't worry about it. Stop resisting. Don't worry about it. We need that information, bro. Bogus as fuck. They just gonna leave a car?
That looks like the Loop in Chicago too. That's not even a bad neighborhood. Like that is crazy. Like and again, I just want to point out that I believe, and this is an article in the Chicago Tribune. She is suing, and just keep in mind, every one of these wrongful termination lawsuits, every one of these, hey, we're being terrorized by masked men. Who pay? Do you understand who pays those? Us, our tax dollars. We're paying taxes federally in April, federal or statewide in April. Every time we have to buy something, we pay a tax so that billionaires don't have to pay taxes. And then as well, just understand that every single part of this is a cost. We pay this. Trump's not paying for this. We pay. Our tax dollars pay for random U.S. citizens to be terrorized. Hey, Nikki, I missed you so much. It's so good to see you guys. If you would like to support me, this is what I do for a job. Tip me. Become a super fan. I would love to have more super fans. Okay, hold on. I need to read some things. Jen, missed you so much. Love and support. Thank you for the 15. Love and support you. I missed everyone. Oh, I need to make sure I'm not missing. Kayla in the super chat. We missed you. Sorry, I didn't have the right window open. Steph, God, I miss you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Great to see you again and hope you are well. You know, I have seen live streams that have super chats on TikTok. Like they're obviously demoing it. I don't know. I wish I had access to those because that super chats are the best because then you can just read them all out. But sorry, I digress. Jennifer. Oh yeah, I forgot. Chinga la migra. That's a bad word about ice. You're so funny. Jennifer, thank you so much for all your support. I'm telling you, last week that message you sent me, I was like, I need to get it together, not just for myself but for others. And that is what my therapist says I need to stop doing. I need to be okay for myself, not for others. But I will say I am a little damaged, so it's a lot easier for me to be like, get it together for the people you care about rather than like being a healthy person for yourself. I'm working on it. Oh, I could spend hours just showing you examples of disgusting, but Andy Ogles is one of my, if you're in Tennessee, I'm sure you know how gross this man is. This man, every time there's a school pew-pewing, and there's been a lot in Tennessee, you know, he's like, thoughts and chairs, like, don't care. This is the guy whose Christmas card is his little children holding ARs. And him and his wife, like, he's gross. This is what he posted today, and I wish I was kidding. This is a photo of Mamdami's home country, Uganda. This is what New York will look like after he destroyed it. Deport him now. He's a citizen. What do you mean deport him? You can't deport citizens. Well, I mean, who knows? Is that maybe you know what I mean? I at once would say that with confidence. I actually don't know anymore. Like, and we'll get into it, you know, like they're using facial recognition software and other like terrifying algorithmic tools against Antifa and anyone they suspect is in this country illegally now. Like things that you could never imagine happening are now happening. So I used to be pretty confident you could not deport or disappear a U.S. citizen who's done nothing wrong. But you know what? Pegasus and Paragon. Thank you, D. Smartest chat in the world. I never have to know anything because, or like I can just obscurely say something and then like everyone in the chat just is like fills in the details. Like I'm like the least smart person here. Like that's what I love. I'm like, oh sorry, I forgot. I'm skipping around. I gotta go find my next place. Okay, I have so many horrible things to show, so actually I'm just going to show this now so we can all this is a Navy veteran who, this was just posted. I just can't stand this up. This is a Navy veteran who's just talking about his, you know, he fought for America. He's obviously very old, and what has become of America now.
I'm not the only one. 20 years in the Navy. I never saw a CC today. I fought for freedom. For somebody like Trump to come and take it away. I'm not a good speaker. I fought for freedom. You see it taken away like this. Hopefully it won't be, but there's a chance. I just can't get over it. I'm not the only one who spent days, months, minutes fighting for what we believe in, to keep this country free and clear. To have somebody like Trump to come in and do what he's doing, and the support he's getting, I just can't get over it.
Can you imagine? Like, thank you so much for the gifts. Keep tapping the screen. Can we get to 200K as fast as possible? Tap, tap, tap. Leah, I love you so, so much. I missed your brilliant, beautiful brain, and I missed you. Like, and yours. You're amazing. Literally. It's like like my brain works in patterns. So it's like every time I like log on, I like look for you, which is pretty creepy, but don't be creeped out. It's just because you're so supportive. But can you imagine being a person who fought, like, I'm just guessing, like, it must be either Korea or World War II. Maybe not old enough for World War II, maybe Korea. I don't know. But you know what I'm saying? Imagine that level of violence, that level of horror, thinking, okay, I'm fighting against fascism. And then watching Trump walk in and just tear down democracy. I cannot imagine the pain that you must experience. I think Korea. Vietnam vets are a little younger. I don't know, though. We don't know, actually. And maybe he just aged badly. I don't know. We don't know. Maybe it is Vietnam. Don't listen to me. Maybe it's Korea and Vietnam. I'm just saying, he looks a little... like my mother, who's a malignant narcissist and still looks amazing for her age, but she's like in her 70s. So, and I'm thinking, she was born in 40. I should not even be talking about what my mom would kill me for saying this. She's born in 47. She looks like she's like 59, but she's still, I'm thinking about my mom, and there's no way my mom could have been in World War II. So that's what I'm saying. It probably is Korea or Nam. Yeah, probably Korea or Nam. Yeah, but imagine, though, the horrors. Like, I was just talking about, like, I can't remember who I was talking to, but I was talking about World War I and the horrors of, like, the tunnels in World War I and, like, the mental health issues and how they had to change the rules of engagement and how no one was ever the same. And you're going through, and those tunnels, right, they changed the rules of engagement in World War I, but that basically ended up happening again in Vietnam in those same tunnels, right? And like horrible gases were used, all these things, which, oh yeah, great segue, because I remember someone was like, Dick Cheney died. That's why I don't like to talk about Dick Cheney. Like, who's the guy? Oh man, oh my God, Henry Kissinger, which when you hear his name, if I have a degree in history, if you don't understand in general in America, you hear the name Henry Kissinger and you're like, oh yeah, he's a hero, right? Or I'm not sure who he is, but he was someone who did a lot for America, right? Like he was in the government. Henry Kissinger was basically barely allowed to leave the United States. I mean, I think there were like over like 70 something countries he could not travel to because he was going to be snatched up for like crimes against humanity, right? Like, this is the man who poured the chemicals on people, and Uncle is 95, fought in the Korean War. Okay, thank you for that. So maybe it is Nam. Sorry, I do like to speculate and understand age ranges, and I don't know how old this man is. Like, for all we know, he's like 69. Like, so yeah, he probably did fight in Nam. But my point, what I'm trying to explain is like actually Nam and where Vietnam was, and it violated so many rules of engagement, and like so many tactics of war were used that were I know it's Vietnam. I just said that word. I can't stand when people don't think Yeah, I have a degree in history. I understand words and countries. I once won a geography contest where I literally named every country and its capital in the world. So yeah, I can say words. Thank you. Anyways, so Nam was like, what they tried to do was change the way war happened because of what happened in those tunnels. And I mean, it was more than just that, but with mustard gas and the types of knives that would gut people, you know, and then they could, yeah, in World War I. And then a lot of that ended up being repeated in the tunnels in Vietnam. And I spent a lot of time, like one of the things I became not fascinated by, but I feel like you need to bear witness to things. Like I had a professor who was kind of knew a lot about that. So it was like, someone, you know, I need to learn about this. Like people need to understand. I mean, what happened in Vietnam is so horrific. Like there are no words to describe the horrors of that war, which still people like Henry Kissinger are like, it's not a war, it's a conflict, right? Like, and that's why Henry Kissinger like couldn't go anywhere, because he was literally wanted in almost 100 countries for crimes against humanity. Not unlike what is happening now to like Netanyahu. But Dick Cheney, if you understand who Dick Cheney was, who is, yes, Liz Cheney's daddy, he's right up there. Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, these are war criminals who are responsible for atrocities. And that's why, and I didn't record it, and I actually think I have it somewhere recorded in my phone, but in, I believe, like 2021 or 2022, Dick Cheney filmed a video, you know, when Trump started like terrorizing Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney's, I mean, and I'm just talking about her beliefs, you know, like she doesn't, you know, she's the most Republican. She just was like, hey, I don't think we should do a coup. And then Trump started, you know, attacking her for not being down with like grifting and a coup. Liz Cheney is fine with at least her dad was. Dick Cheney is not a nice man. So, you know, he came out with a video and basically said Donald Trump is the biggest threat to democracy, like, that I've ever seen. And I'm just saying that to say it's similar with how I feel about, oh my gosh, you guys will remember. Sorry, who's the guy that just got charged with crimes, who Trump took his security clearance and raided his home? What's his name? John, what's the guy's name? The guy with the white handlebar mustache. Bolton, thank you. John Bolton. I always like to draw these because, like, I'm trying to say Dick Cheney Dick Cheney has done unspeakable, horrific things and been okay with it. Like, it's like, I remember when him and Donald Rumsfeld, you know, they got called out for like the torture in Abu Ghraib, and they were like, yeah, I stand for 8 hours a day. I don't think we did anything that wrong. Like, these people are nuts and have no sense of right and wrong. And they were like, Donald Trump is insane. So, and it's the same with John Bolton was known for the same things. They're like, this man's insane. Like he's a sociopath. Like he loves violence and torture. And then John Bolton's like, oh no, I can't work with Trump. He's actually crazy. So yeah, I have mixed feelings about Dick Cheney because I have done a lot of research into like kind of who he was and what he did. But that's what should scare us all about Donald Trump, is all of these people who are like, yeah, there's no level, like, I don't value brown people's lives, like, whatever we have to do, let's do it to enrich ourselves and American corporations. And then they're like, oh no, I guess I do have a line. Like, and that line is Trump. Yeah, it's like, so just take that with a grain of salt. And this man has lived, you know, a long time and seen a lot. And it's heartbreaking to watch these veterans just be like, I guess this is what it is now. This is like our hellscape. Like, can you imagine? And as someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD, I can't imagine, right? Like, you're dealing with all these mental health issues because of your willingness to defend America, or you were drafted against your will only to watch America devolve into this. I can't imagine what that must feel like and how sad, like, disheartening it must be. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this. Give me 1 second, because I am going to play this clip. Oh yeah, Is this it? Nope. Let me go a little further down. Sorry, I'm trying to find these clips. Oh yeah, here they are. Sorry, I get excited because like I love this side of Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I was reading the comments on Fox where they posted this clip like underneath, and like, or maybe it wasn't, I can't remember. It was some right-wing account on X, and I was like, oh my God. And so Hakeem Jeffries said this stuff yesterday, and then I'll show you what he said today. Which, we need more of this. Uh-oh, sorry. Give me 1 second. Wait. Oh God, please don't tell me there's a problem. Sorry, give me one. Oh, I know it's wrong. I moved it. There we go.
On a personal note, how does it feel to work with so many grown adults who have been obstructing the release of these Epstein files and in fact protecting pedophiles?
Well, the Trump administration and Mike Johnson are running a pedophile protection program. That's what they've been doing. And that's the reason why they refused to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva. For weeks now. She was elected in late September decisively. And Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva still hasn't been sworn in because she'll become the 218th vote on an up or down piece of legislation that will require the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. And yet week after week after week have gone by, and Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva is unable to serve 800,000 plus people in the state of Arizona, all because of the pedophile protection program being run by Mike Johnson and House Republicans at the direction of their boss, Donald J. Trump.
On a personal note, how does it feel?
I think, yeah, there's one more clip. Okay, this is the second clip. Again, this was like yesterday, like afternoon.
Unstuck from where you are right now?
That's a question that needs to be asked of our Republican colleagues. They've been on the wrong side of Republican sentiment for weeks now. And they could care less. You know why? Because all Republicans care about is the opinion of one man, the puppet master of the Republican Party, Donald J. Trump. They don't care about anything else. How else can you explain the fact that they are weaponizing hunger? How else can one explain the fact that they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits and they're hurting their own constituents? The 5 states most impacted by the failure to extend the Affordable Care Act are all led by Republicans. West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Republicans could care less. How else can you explain the fact that Republicans have canceled votes now for 6 consecutive weeks? Missing in action, taxpayer-funded vacation. Running the pedophile protection program while doing nothing to make life better for the American people. It's all because Donald Trump hasn't given them the order to sit down and actually reopen the government and negotiate a bipartisan path forward. What's Donald Trump been doing this weekend? He was on the golf course, spitting in the face of the American people with his inaction and his indifference.
And throwing a Great Gatsby party, literally the night that Americans, millions of Americans are going to starve and not be able to buy groceries. He is having a giant Great Gatsby party, which I have many clips of, literally, for billionaires. Okay, oh my God, we've got one. Troy Silver, Canada. You're from Canada and you're this, like, is that why you're dumb? Democrats can open the government tomorrow. You're not understanding. Let me help you, Troy Silver. I know because you're a man, you're thinking, oh, a woman is speaking, so she must have a tiny brain. So I'm going to write dumb things and she's not going to correct me. Let me help you. Our government has been shut down. Since January 2025, our government has been shut down, other than for grifters. Our government has been shut down. So don't worry about if our government's functioning. Our government is not functioning other than for grifters to steal from us. That's the reality. This is our only option. This is our one chance for leverages. I own 6 businesses in the USA, then you... Okay, wow. Let me help you, Troy. Then you're an idiot. And you can't do math. Because if you own 6 businesses in the USA, which I'll describe it to you this way. If someone suddenly just burst into my house in a home invasion, held a pew-pew to my head and said, guess if Troy owns 6 businesses in the USA. Just guess yes or no. And if you're wrong, you die. My guess is no, Troy, because let me help you. Do you understand? We have to focus today on elections, Troy, which you own 6 businesses. But you know what happens on Wednesday? I'm guessing you don't know. Republicans, Trump supporters, people that voted for Trump are going to have a lawsuit that's going to be heard by the Supreme Court. Do you know why? That's the irony. It's not Democrats that are upset about tariffs. It's the capitalists. It's Republicans like yourself. You claim to own 6 businesses, then you should be upset about being financially devastated by Trump's illegal tax policy. But that's how I know you don't own any businesses and you're an idiot. Anyways, I was going to get to this, but just know what we'll talk about. Oral arguments are happening on Wednesday. This lawsuit, it's not brought by Democrats, it's brought by conservatives whose businesses have been harmed by Trump's tariff policy. And now I have to listen to Troy, a man. And Troy, I'm going to help you with this because I don't have time. I will just block you. You're an insecure weirdo who's making up stories. I don't have time. I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to let you distract the chat from understanding facts and information. I will just block you. Nobody cares. You need attention. Just scroll to the next live and try to get it there. Nobody cares. But again, and it is very ironic to me that the only lawsuit the Supreme Court agreed to hear is from conservatives who are upset because their businesses are tanking because of Donald Trump. That's what's happening on Wednesday. And if you've noticed, Trump, and I'll show you that's a good segue. Let's get into it real quick. Let me show you. Trump's been having a million meltdowns on Truth Social, but he's very upset. Trump said basically if tariffs, actually, I don't even think I have it in, that's the latest grouping of Trump's meltdowns, hold on, let me find the tariff one real quick. I know I have it somewhere. Here, it's probably one of these. Oh my God, these are so crazy. Sorry, that's the Seth Meyers one. Anyways, Trump posted something basically saying, and this is in the 60 Minutes interview, which they only played 28 minutes of, but it's 70 plus minutes long. I've read the transcript. This is one of the things he said. If tariffs go away, his ability to be president goes away. That's because Trump's a grifter who's using tariffs to grift, right? He's leveraging countries to get contracts for hotels and other things. That's the reality. Hold on. I need to look at my actual numbered outline because I have a great video on this that I want to play. I just can't remember who made it. Tariffs. Where is my tariff video? here. Hold on. I'm just going to go to the end of this. I know it's one of these. I was like, oh, I definitely need to play this. I just need to give me a second. I'm almost there. I know the general area, but I've made way too many clips to remember exactly where things are. Sorry. It's too much research to remember it all. Oh, we're close. I can feel it. I think it's this one. Oh, I did it. God, it's so, my memory is so good. It's terrifying. Oh, and by the way, I love this man, and someone can just tell me, because I don't want to call it out and not remember. What state is Representative Jason Crow from? He's absolutely brilliant. Love that man. The brain is firing on all cylinders. Colorado, okay. Listen, this is a great example, and I could give you a million more examples of how tariffs are a grift, but
part of the problem with the tariffs is that Donald Trump is largely using tariffs. I'm glad you raised that, because he's actually largely using tariffs to enrich himself and his family. Right? They are using the threat of tariffs to strike golf course deals around the world. They're using the threat of tariffs to put pressure on Brazil, because they did something to one of his allies and friends that they didn't like. He's actually now threatening the Colombian president in Colombia with tariffs, because the Colombian president tweeted something that he didn't like. Donald Trump is personalizing American power and our economic system for his personal benefit and the enrichment of his family, which, by the way, while Americans suffer and kids go hungry, he's building a $300 million gold-plated ballroom. He's found money for $170 million of new private jets for Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security. He's found money for all sorts of things that are important to him and his family, and he has enriched himself by several $1 billion this year alone through his meme coins, through his digital currency that he's issuing, that foreign leaders and foreign investors are investing in without any oversight whatsoever. That is what's happening in America today.
$2 billion. And if you haven't, by the way, which actually I'm going to, is now how I feel. If you don't know who Mark Elias is Trump, a thorn in Trump's side, the bane of his existence. Mark Elias started with a very large, famous law firm called Perkins Coie. They basically challenged Trump pro bono and did a lot of legal work that buried Trump. Then Mark Elias left Perkins Coie. My brother also started at Perkins Coie. Left Perkins Coie, then created the Mark Elias law firm. He now handles all of the voting rights cases for the Democratic Party, and let's just say wins the vast majority of them. Mark Elias is a brilliant lawyer, and I think I can find it without having to look at my other outline. But I just want to bring up the corruption in that 60 Minutes interview. Here we go. Found it. Scares me. I can remember of 300 clips where everything is. Something's wrong with my brain.
This CBS interview of Donald Trump was a classic example of obeying in advance. I don't believe that anyone sat around CBS and said, Norah O'Donnell, I need you to really, pull your punches on Donald Trump. The fact is, though, everyone who works at CBS knows what the Ellisons, the new owners, want. Everyone knows what Barry Weiss, the new editor-in-chief, who had the free press that she started, purchased reportedly for $150 million. Everybody knows what their preference was. And everybody knows that if at the end of that interview, if at the end of Donald Trump's sit-down, he started posting on social media hate towards CBS News and Norah O'Donnell, there'd be hell to pay. And so they didn't have to be told anything. They didn't even have to purposely do anything. They just knew what the plan was. They knew what the direction was. They knew that they needed to obey in advance. And it's a perfectly human emotion, but it is one that we need to recognize, because CBS News started this journey by paying $16 million to settle a nonsensical, bogus lawsuit so that it could get a merger done. Now it wants to buy Warner Brothers and get another merger done. So there's that. Now you have Barry Weiss there, and there's that. And now you have the Ellisons who want to buy TikTok, and there's that. This CBS interview of
I can't remember the idiot, Troy, the idiot that challenged me and doesn't understand markets, capitalistic markets. Let me help you. CBS, owned by Paramount, right? They were trying to approve a giant merger. And that is why they settled their lawsuit with Trump. If you're like, what the F are you talking about? CBS owns 60 Minutes. Trump made up a completely bogus claim that was a lie, saying Kamala Harris got more airtime than me. Presidential candidates are supposed to get the same amount of airtime. Trump had just been dragged in a debate by her and didn't want to show up and refused to show up. Then the lawsuit, because I actually read it, said that they unnecessarily, which I'm so glad we're going over this because we can really get into this, said that they were editing the interview with Kamala Harris to make her look better, right? Which was a complete effing lie, right? It was pretty immaterial because they released the full transcript the same day the interview came out. And it's just, they just didn't have time to air anything. It's not like she was saying, defaming people, slandering people, lying, grifting, that's not what happened. Now, fast forward to, but anyways, wait, hold on. Let me just finish it in case anyone doesn't know. So CBS, in anticipation of, and their parent company owned by billionaires and billionaire shareholders, in anticipation of the merger they were trying to get done, they wanted to appease Trump, so they settled the lawsuit. They didn't want, even though that was an easy lawsuit to win. They just were like, okay, he as president and the guy who controls the psycho now running the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, he can make this a lot harder for us. So let's just settle now. And this is cheaper, right? Same thing that happened with parent company Disney and ABC, right? George Stephanopoulos said something completely factually correct. They settled a lawsuit because they're like, hey, it's just billionaires who are like, let's just not create a problem because, this is a president who's vindictive and can create larger problems down the road. So fast forward to this 60 Minutes lawsuit. Actually, before I get into that, I actually have I have a really good clip that will explain it more, just in case anyone does not know what happened. So, a lot of things happened. They aired 28 minutes. The interview was 70 plus minutes long. And the transcript has, because people were like, journalists were like, this is unethical. And this is exactly, Trump had no case. This is actually a case of people covering up Trump's lies and slander and libel, whatever. So they released the transcript, which I'll go over that in a second, but I want to show this. Jake Tapper did one thing right. I can't see on Jake Tapper, but he actually, so one of the most contested moments, which I think I have the clip too, along with the Jake Tapper clip. I'm pretty sure I can't stand recording Trump, but I'll just show one clip from the 60 Minutes interview that came out on Sunday. This is Trump, which we know, right? There's proof in FBI files and things. Trump has a pay for pardon system going, or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, I could go into how many people have paid for pardons, but I think we've gone over that. And actually, I don't know if I should say this now. Well, I'll say it now and again when this is brought up. There are attorneys that oversee presidential pardons, right? Liz Oyer, Oyer, she quit. She resigned because Trump was trying to force her to approve pardons that were unethical, right? And she has done several interviews about this. Again, her name is Liz Oyer, Oyer. Yeah, follow her. She makes amazing content all about Trump's delusional corruption. So Trump had the nerve, after suing CBS over nothing, and they just settled because they were because their merger should be illegal because of antitrust laws, and they wanted this corrupt guy to approve it. They just settled a fake lawsuit that had no case. He had the nerve to then go on and just claim, hey, the guy that just paid me $2 billion, literally set up my crypto grift and then paid me $2 billion, and then I pardoned him in full for a crime everybody involved pled guilty to? Well, I don't know who he is. And if you're like, what? First of all, yeah, Trump is a senile loser and a liar. That's what I would purport. I think it's a little bit of both. But number one problem I have is, okay, so every single congressional hearing, it costs millions of dollars to subpoena people and these investigations and pay for them. And James Comer, right, this didn't stick, but one of their first tries when they were trying to distract from Trump being all over the Epstein files and being an effing creeper, was, what about Biden's pardons? He signed them with AutoPen. AutoPen is an invention of Thomas Jefferson. I just want to be clear because I actually can read and I'm not an idiot like Troy. You don't even have to sign presidential pardons. No one has to sign them. That's the truth. You just don't. So it's stupid to say that, but their argument over using AutoPen, which Trump uses AutoPen, I just want to be clear, he signed all the J6 pardons with AutoPen. So I was actually hoping we were just going to overturn everyone's pardon so that the J6ers could go back to prison. But the point I am making is that was the argument, is that Biden is senile. He has no idea what's going on, and people are just operating for him. And then Trump just said, the head of Binance, his name is Changpeng Zhao, but they call him CZ, which I like that name because that is the capital Z is like the symbol for cubic zirconia, fake diamonds, which I think is pretty apropos for this man. Like, he absolutely admitted to every crime he committed and then got pardoned after giving Trump $2 billion crypto investment. And senile Trump has no idea who he is. Now, I don't believe that, but I do believe Trump's a senile idiot. Trump is more senile and more idiotic. And I'm saying this not like, hey, I have a lot of feelings. Like MAGA is always like, my name's Troy from Canada. I have 6 businesses and I'm here to tell you my feelings that cannot be backed up by math. These aren't feelings, right? Trump has done mathematical damage to Americans, right? The transfers of wealth inequality has grown under Trump's 2 terms exponentially. And then he has the nerve to do this.
This year, the president has pardoned or shortened the sentences of more than 1,600 people. The latest pardon was for a cryptocurrency tycoon who is known as CZ. The company CZ founded, Binance, helped boost the profile of the Trump family's crypto firm, World Liberty Financial. He pled guilty in 2023 to violating anti-money laundering laws.
Right.
The government at the time said that CZ had caused significant harm to U.S. national security, essentially by allowing terrorist groups like Hamas to move millions of dollars around. Why did you pardon him?
Just want to be clear, what Binance does and what they pled guilty to was essentially like money laundering for the worst people, right? Like MAGA Americans are always like, they're terrorists. Okay, so you have a problem with Mexican cartels? Well, they're laundering money for them. You have a problem with brown people in the Middle East that you call every brown person is H group or, whoever. That this is what Binance pled guilty to, is essentially setting up one of the largest money laundering schemes worldwide for T groups.
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he is. I know he got a 4-month sentence or something like that, and I heard it was a Biden witch hunt.
In 2025, his crypto exchange Binance helped facilitate a $2 billion purchase of World Liberty Financial's stablecoin. And then you pardoned CZ. How do you...
World Liberty Financial is Trump's company. I just want to be clear.
Address
and just to be clear, because people like Troy who pretend to own 6 businesses in America don't understand and can't read. I've read every court document about every crime. Just understand, like in Trump's first term, he if you, and you can all look this up, look at Trump's quotes about crypto. He's like, the only thing, he's a very old man who didn't understand crypto. And he's like, the only thing that matters is the US dollar. Like, we need it to hold its value. That's because he has stocks and things, and he's just like, crypto's dumb. And what he tried to do, he tried to receive bribes in his first term. How? Through his hotels, right? But it was very easy for journalists to track those expenditures, or just who was in the lobby of hotels, right? Like, what are the Saudis doing in the lobby of Trump's hotel? Bribing him by paying 18 million X times the value of these hotel rooms. Like, that was a very easily traceable way to be bribed, right? He needed a better bribe system and money laundering system. And then, obviously, in his off time, he met crypto, and they're like, oh, this is untraceable. And once you're president, you can make it all legal. And that's why he's doing this now.
Appearance of pay for play.
Well, here's the thing. I know nothing about it because I'm too busy doing the other.
But he got a part.
No, I can only tell you this. My sons are into it. I'm glad they are because it's probably a great industry, crypto. I think it's good. They're running a business. They're not in government.
That's what he said. And I want to see who said that. Love Dog said Lawrence O'Donnell would be a much better interviewer. I just want you to know that's the reason I showed the Mark Elias clip. This was purposeful, right? Norah O'Donnell is not somebody that can't push back. She was told not to. I've seen her push back on people who've done 1/1000th of what Trump has, right? It's not that you don't get to this job and not be able to push back, right? Yeah, she was shackled, and there's some people, but also look at Jake Tapper, same thing. Look at CNN. I could show you every Sunday morning. I'm like, Brett Baer from Fox News. I always say that guy can push back on someone. He is a real journalist if he wanted to, but this is why there's no point in listening to paid media that is run by billionaire shareholders. There's no point. They're all in cahoots. You will never hear an honest interview again, right? Like, these people are journalists. They know how to push back. They know what the truth is. They are just not allowed. This was the biggest softball gift of an interview. But and Jake Tapper, like, I hate Jake Tapper now for all of the BS. He's basically become, I keep seeing him doing like these like cameos in movies and stuff. It's like, why don't you, Jake Tapper is a real journalist who is capable of real journalism and has completely sold out. But I will say, when he does do something informative, I will play it. And he made like a 3-minute video after this came out saying like, about what's CZ, right? Xiao Zhen, whatever. I always forget his name. I need to.
President Trump just told 60 Minutes that he had no idea who Changpeng Zhao, or CZ, the founder and CEO of the largest cryptocurrency firm.
I said it backwards. It's Changpeng Zhao. Okay, there we go. I got it backwards.
Of the largest cryptocurrency firm in the world, Binance, that he has no idea who CZ is. Take a listen.
Why did you pardon him?
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he is. I know he got a 4-month sentence or something like that, and I heard it was a Biden witch hunt.
That's right. The president there saying that he gave a pardon to somebody who he had no idea who he was, which is interesting given the fact that the Justice Department and the House and Oversight Committee are investigating whether President Biden knew whom he was pardoning towards the end of his presidency. But let's assume President Trump actually does know who the CEO and founder of the largest crypto business in the world is. Let's explain why this was not a Biden witch hunt, as President Trump claimed in that 60 Minutes interview. First of all, in November 2023, we should note, Binance pleaded guilty and CZ pleaded guilty. And Binance paid more than $4 billion in penalties. And CZ was sentenced to 4 months in prison for willfully ignoring anti-money laundering laws in the United States. Now, what did that mean? Well, according to the Attorney General at the time, Binance became the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange in part because of the crimes it committed. What else does it mean? The Treasury Secretary at the time said that the company's willful failures allowed money to flow to terrorists, cyber criminals, and child abusers. And then if there's any question about whether or not
to stop Jake Tapper when he's finally doing something that matters other than just S-ing D for Republicans, I just want to point out, right? Remember, think back. Why do Republicans say they're terrorizing brown people? They say they're T groups. They say they're S trafficker. And in those T groups are S trafficking, right? Now it turns out Trump's in league with Epstein, which, I mean, for those of us who have done a lot of research and read every court file, that's not surprising in any way. We already know who Trump is because we can read. But MAGA, and I don't hear it anymore. Now that you guys have allowed Epstein to get away with this, I think you guys don't ever need to. I don't ever need to hear from a Republican again that they care about children. I think we've cleared that up. But this is who this man bribed Trump to the tune of $2 billion to pardon him from the crimes that I kept hearing MAGA say when they point at brown people and say this person is doing that. Those were apparently the thing, T groups and S trafficking, I thought were the things that mattered to you all most. But it turns out if it's a white person doing it, you don't care at all. You just point at brown people and accuse them of it. And that's despicable. But what it turns out your cult leader is accepting bribes to cover it up and pardon people who are complicit in it. You don't do it. And let me help you with the whole federal. He pled guilty because crimes over the wires, right? Wire fraud. And I keep having to explain this to MAGA where they're like, Trump didn't do that fraud where he owed all that, $400 million. He did. I know, because it's just crimes over the wires. It's just math. It was a math equation. And he doesn't have to pay that whole sum, not because he didn't defraud people. That's what it was. And you can read it in the judgment. It's a math equation. You guys can't read, you can't do math, but that is the sum total that Trump defrauded from his lies, from the documents he signed over the years. They were just it's called, he engorged himself. That's a word you might hear in romance novels relating to someone's D. He engorged himself of money to the tune of that amount. And then when you hear it in trials and what it's called in the court document, disgorgement, meaning we want to take the exact amount of money you engorged yourself of back. That's what disgorgement was. Not common because people commit all these crimes, the money goes away, and it's is that a reasonable amount to say someone can they ever pay it back? Maybe not, but that is the dollar amount he took. And since then he has pretty much grifted and stolen billions more. I'm just telling you that because I can read, so I thought it might be helpful to people here who can't.
the company knew what it was doing, or this was just an accident. One of the compliance officers at Binance, it came out in the prosecution, one of the compliance officers said, "We need a banner. Is washing drug money too hard these days? Come to Binance. We got cake for you." So flash forward after that prosecution announcement and the plea deal announcement in November 2023, President Trump gets reelected in November 2024. Binance formed a high-level task force to figure out how to strike a deal with the Trump family's nascent cryptocurrency venture, World Liberty Financial, according to the Wall Street Journal. And this spring, Binance took steps, according to the Wall Street Journal, that catapulted the Trump family venture's new stablecoin product, enhancing its credibility and pushing its market capitalization up from $127 million to over $2.1 billion for the Trump sons, Eric and Don Jr., cryptocurrency venture. And then President Trump came in and pardoned the man that did that. That's who CZ is, and that is whom President Trump pardoned.
I just want to say, prior to the presidential election in October, I went through all of this on a live. Like, I've known about this, and I just want to say the New York Times has been reporting on this. Like, amazing Pulitzer Prize winning reporters have been reporting on this. If this has come as a shock to you, which MAGA, you probably don't even believe it's true because you are not smart enough to figure it out. But just to be clear, the people who can read and do math, I mean, have known about this for months and months and months. Like, it is delusional to say this didn't happen. Yeah, it started happening a long time ago. Everyone was clocking it. Trump just figured out this is a man who hated crypto because he's an old man who was born in like 1912. And he was like, crypto, I don't understand. He doesn't send emails, which actually, can I just say, one of the smartest things about being old, my mom also has narcissistic personality disorder. And because she was born so long ago, she doesn't send emails or many texts at all. Like, it is so smart for like monsters to just not use the internet. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I swear she said this to me, but no one effing believes you. Like, yeah, it's hard to leave. Like, Trump does not email. Imagine, the smartest thing Trump ever did, he had no control over, which was being born in 1905. And not understanding how to use a computer. Because if that man was born in like 1980 and can you imagine the incrimination like he would have against him? So, oh no, he already does. And I said that because, like I said, I have read of every case, every court filing against him. I've read every single page. Oh, the evidence against him is irrefutable because crimes over the wires, like, you know, if you are going to do anything involving finances, yeah, there's going to be, you can't avoid it, right? Like, it involves the internet. I'm just saying that, like, his texts, his thoughts, his emails, you know, because, like, you know, they would have had an ability to, like, get into that and couldn't. And that's probably the smartest thing Trump ever did was not something he could control because he's not smart. It's just not being born. Recently. Okay, wait. Oh yeah. Let me just play this. Wait. Hold on a second. Sorry, I've been skipping around so much. I need to make sure I'm on my own line of logic. Because, oh yeah, I don't need to play all that crap. I want to play. Sorry, I just have so many things going on. Oh, yeah. Okay. I want to show you guys. Oh, my God. I forgot. Hold on. No, I can't do it. I can't look it up now. I was going to put a picture of Kimberly. I'm sorry. The ambassador. Okay. This is a quiz. Who is the U.S. ambassador to Greece? Put it in the comments. Who is the current U.S. ambassador to Greece? Exact. Love dogs wins. G. Weber. Gargoyle. Thank you for the correct spell. I do spell it gargoyle. I do. And I was going to put a picture of her before I show this. I was going to be like, we need to remember what she looks like before we show this clip. Miss Doll Jr. Exactly. So, and oh no, we're going farther back than that because trust me, we got to have context before I show you this. So remember, if you're like, what the F are you talking about? Kimberly Gargoyle. Some people pronounce it Guilfoyle, right? She is now the U.S. ambassador to Greece. Never was a position less deserved or more delusional, except maybe, oh wait, let me try again. Which all these are, and I want to be clear, like ambassadorships in Europe are a big deal. Like here's an example that I was going to give. Benjamin Franklin was the ambassador to France. Now, I was going to say Kimberly Gargoyle was the most disgraceful ambassador Trump appointed. But then again, we've got, what's the former Georgia running back turned NFL, the guy who tried to go against Raphael Warnock for senator of Georgia, who's now the ambassador of the Bahamas. What's that guy's name? Walker. Yeah, Herschel. Wait, what's his name? It's Herschel Walker, the guy who said he's scared of vampires while he was running. Yeah. He's the ambassador to the Bahamas. I'm just giving you ideas of how deranged Trump's appointments are. He's the ambassador to the Bahamas, but the current Benjamin Franklin was the ambassador to France. People who are appointed ambassadors in Europe, that's usually like people who have, a brain and have any business doing that. The current ambassador to France is actually, I believe his name, and someone could just correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Jared Kushner's daddy. $2 billion from the Saudi, Trump gets a lot of $2 billion bribes. He got $2 billion from the Saudis that went into a fund controlled by Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner's daddy, his name is Charles Kushner. One of Trump's. Kushner is also one of Trump's president of Trump. Okay, sorry. TikTok Studio is. I thought I was getting a violation. I got a violation earlier, and I thought I got another one, but apparently not. Okay, Charles Kushner, Jared Kushner's daddy. I'm trying to get this right. Okay. So he was involved in many felony frauds, multiple felony frauds. And when he was being prosecuted in New Jersey for those felony frauds, oh God, let me get this right. And someone correct me if I say the opposite, because sometimes I do. His daughter's husband, so his son-in-law was going to testify against him. And so he set up a sting operation where he paid a lady of the night, if you will, to entrap his own son-in-law. Oh, wait, is his brother-in-law? Okay, thank you. If it's his, I was going to say, okay, yeah, sister's husband. Okay, thank you. Because every time I'm like, I know the man isn't directly related. It's like, okay, yes, his sister's husband was going, because he committed, let's say, many felonies. And you can read about Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner's dad is a prolific criminal. Okay. And so Charles Kushner's sister's husband was going to testify against him in federal court. So he entrapped him with a lady of the night who he paid in a hotel room he rigged with video cameras, and then tried to blackmail him with the video, saying, I'm going to show my sister this after setting him up and entrapping him if you testify against me in federal court. Obviously, it did not work. He still did. But then he paid Trump for a pardon, allegedly, or just received one because his son married his daughter. Whatever you want to believe. That's now our U.S. ambassador to France. Everyone, isn't that great? Super great. We're high. That's why I'm glad we got rid of DEI. You know what I mean? And that's why diversity, equity, inclusion had to go. So we can get the real winners in positions. We can't just have a brown person being the ambassador to France. I mean, a brown person who's not committed any crimes and whose brain works, can't have that. You know what I mean? Because this is just another sign that we have to get rid. Thank God we got rid of DEI, because Trump has hired all the best people. And I always say this. I would love to debate someone and we'll take Trump's cabinet he appointed and all his ambassadorships, and then we'll take Biden's and look up their resumes, which this is something I already did in my spare time. I love DEI. I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at it, but Trump's cabinet are the most unqualified band of criminal half-wit weirdos of all time. We got washed up reality stars. We got people credibly accused of rape, which is Trump's specialty. He loves that. I mean, we've got people setting up their family members with ladies of the night. Like, that's the reality. So anyways, back to what I was going. The current U.S. ambassador to Greece is Kimberly Gargoyle, who dated someone, Don Jr., for 7 years and never got a ring. But prior to that, and the sickest part, we don't know, was Gavin Newsom's wife. Now, I want to believe she was a whole different person, and then she went crazy on the filler and like, her face does not look good now. Like, and I want to believe when she was married to Gavin Newsom, her face looked different, because I just can't. Yeah, strike against Gavin. Joby, I love you, Joby. It's so good to see you. It's a strike. We don't know, but. And you know, I said I always read Capitol Hill blogs and information. I have like an account on Truth Social with a lot of followers, not under my name, but like I always talk about what is it called? America Fest or whatever. It's Charlie Kirk, R.I.P. He lived in Arizona, he lived in Phoenix, and at the end, or in mid-December, he threw America Fest every year, which for the last 3 years, which is like the largest Turning Point conference where everyone would go. And I was watching all these people who worked the event talk about how Don Jr. and Kimberly Gargoyle were paid $50K each as their speaking fee, but could barely function because they were out of their minds. Don Jr. seems more okay now and more sober, not completely, but way better than he used to be. And when he was at his worst, it seemed like they were in a very toxic cycle of not okayness. Anyways, I want to show you now Gavin Newsom's actual current wife. This is a clip, they were doing a press conference yesterday, and I was like, talk about trading up to saneness. And by the way, if you're why is Kimberly Gargoyle, the ambassador, U.S. ambassador, agrees she's not qualified for that? Of course she's not. Don Jr. was in a toxic relationship, which he's probably the toxic one, but he wouldn't marry her, and then he started cheating on her with an heiress. Oh God, I can't remember. I don't know if she's Greek, but it's a Greek sounding name. And getting photographed with another woman. So Trump basically bribed her and mailed her to Greece so that Don Jr. could move on without her freaking out. I mean, that's why she's the U.S. ambassador to Greece. They had to get rid of her because she was this isn't happening, and she knows too much. Yeah, you can look this all up. I'm not making this up. But this is Jennifer Seibel Newsom, the current Gavin Newsom wife, who looks much better and sounds much saner. But this is what she said yesterday at a press conference.
And I will tell you right now, I will not raise my children to think Donald Trump is an acceptable American leader. Nor that he is what the leader of our great country should behave like. Yes. I won't raise them to think his terror enables his power and that his greed equals success. He is the exact opposite of what real strength looks like. So in our house, Gavin and I will continue to teach our kids what strength really looks like. If you see someone sitting alone at a table, you invite them to your table. If you see someone being bullied, you speak up and ask an adult for help. And you always, always tell the truth. Maybe if Donald Trump's parents had taught him any of these lessons, we wouldn't be in this mess. On the contrary, Trump is enriching his immediate family and cronies. He is stripping away our rights and our democracy. When he knows he's going to lose, he cheats. When the game isn't rigged for him, he rigs it himself. Sometimes no is a full sentence. Trust me. That's right. But Donald Trump's never accepted no for an answer. He's a con artist, a predator, a malignant narcissist, in chief, and the worst president in our nation's history.
Mathematically, not her opinion. Mathematically, Trump is the second and first worst president in our nation's history, just to be clear. But isn't that funny? Like, talk about trading up. Like, legit. I'm just saying, like, I mean, and all I can remember, all I can remember is like, oh, sorry, I gotta mute this.
And I will tell you,
all I can remember
right
is
now,
like when Melania would not let Trump kiss her on the cheek, and when she was like kissing Gavin when he, during the LA fires, when she got off that plane, is like won't let Trump touch her, but she's like kissing Gavin, like. Yeah, I do find this all very ironic. Like, and thank you, Paco. Paco said, Bettina, what was her? Bettina Anderson? Is that what I pinned? I can't remember. That is their name. And you're like, whose name? Not her name. That's the name of the woman who Don Jr. left Kimberly Gargoyle for and why they had to mail her to Greece, if you want to look it up. That's... Yeah. And all of this is widely reported on. I mean, the 24-hour news cycle is like impossible now, but yeah, that all happened very recently. I want to I'm trying to pepper these in when people are talking about their experiences with Snap and things, because I think it's important to acknowledge that this is happening. Lou, thank you for becoming a super fan. We got one. Lou, thank you so much for being a super fan. I don't even know, like, since the system for subs changed, I don't even know if I've gotten one. So, like, thank you. Benny, I love you. I just saw you. Sorry. I didn't think before I said that.
Well, my son Bradley is 44 years old, functions at about a 2-year-old level, requires round-the-clock medical attention, so that lands on me. I'm a single father in my 60s. And I got him on SNAP about 5 years ago. He has a SSI income, and that qualified him for SNAP. SNAP initially gave him about $260 a month, which fed him. That's dropped in the last year to about $120, and now, of course, that's gone. The issue with it is less a matter of the money, how much it is, and more a matter of the security side of it. I could count on that because I have to make up any difference. So now I've got to go out and find additional work to supplement the income because that's not. That money is really needs to be raised. But the security of having that, even though it's only a small amount, was like, okay, that's something that I don't have to worry about. So that was really the biggest impact.
Yeah.
Well, my son Bradley is
Yeah, I think, and people should know that, because when I always talk about I almost died 5 years ago, like I went into a coma. I was on SNAP. It is, I don't even know if I got that much. Maybe it's gone up. Like I got like 200, I think it was 240 something. It probably depends on the state and how much they're willing to supplement it. But imagine $240 a month. That will not allow you to eat for 1 week. And then picture, because like I was in a coma, I atrophied to nothing. It's not like I can go to a store where the prices are cheapest. I have to like deliver food to myself. So just like there is zero ways to live off of that amount of money. Like I can't express it enough. If you don't have outside support, like, and imagine, I mean, that his son, this gentleman's son, and I'm not sure, he didn't say the diagnosis, but I mean, this is a person who is not going to be able to order food for themselves, go anywhere. And you have $240 a month to survive. Like, it is delusional. And then Trump's like, I'm going to give everyone half. These are, like, A lot of people on Snap are incapable of taking care of themselves, and Trump's just like, I'm just going to starve them. Like, that is the craziest part to me. I don't know. We live in a nation now where it's acceptable to punish and starve people for no reason.
That's happening today in the United States of America, today in the United States of America, in our state, in the state of California, in Illinois, in places like Oregon. Today, the military are on American soil, American cities, not overseas. We had 700 active duty Marines sent to the second largest city in the United States of America. That's happening today in the United States of America, today in the United States of America, in our state, in the state of California, in Illinois, in places like Oregon. Today, the military are on American soil, American cities, not overseas. We had 700 active duty Marines sent to the second largest city in the United States of America. We saw 4,000 National Guard federalized here in the state of California. So our state of mind is pretty crystal clear.
I want to be clear, as everyone is, and as if you can read court documents like I have, there is no emergency. I just want you to know, in LA, the cost of that deployment of federal dollars, our taxpayer dollars, was $2 million a day. $2 million a day. So Trump saying he can't afford SNAP money while terrorizing people for no reason. Like, and I'll just say, like, you know, as of April, Trump's like, we're going to save money. He had spent $200 billion more as of April 2025 than Biden in his term. Now we've got a White House he's demolished, and he's like, and I don't know if you've known this, like when I was talking about, you know, billionaires and the shady money flowing to Trump, they, like, journalists, Pulitzer Prize winning journalists are trying to identify the shady people funding that. That's not our taxpayer dollars. Trump is again getting money from shady weirdos. Well, actually, I think part of it is, but there's outside money flowing in, and they can't even identify. They're working on identifying where that money's coming from. Like, we are not saving any money. We're being robbed. I love when Trump's like, tariffs are bringing in billions of dollars. That's us being robbed. Understand, that's coming out of your pocket every time you have to buy groceries. And Trump cheers it on. So billionaires do not, and the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% don't have to pay taxes.
Why we are here, the essence of this moment, what Proposition 50 represents to those that have been bullied, to those that have been demeaned, to those that feel powerless, to those that are concerned about not only themselves but each other, our community, this city, our state, our nation, and for that matter, what we represent to the rest of the world. That's what Prop 50 represents. The ability not just to be against all of that, but to assert ourselves and affirm the best of who we are. You know, 249 years, the best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, separation of the branches of government, co-equal branches of government, checks and balances, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, those enduring principles that our founding fathers lived and died for, all of them on the line today. And so I want to thank you. This is a long-winded way of wrapping up. I want to thank you for standing on this line at this moment. Prop 50 is not about drawing lines on a map. It is about holding the line to what makes us who we are. And so, that's happening today in the
Trump, and just know, Prop 50 is a Democratic proposition to redistrict California to offset what they've done in Texas. Understand also, they're trying to do this, Republicans, in Indiana and like 4 more states. And I was reading and watching, I didn't clip it, but I was there are, different representatives holding commissions about this, and everyone in Indiana, there was this woman who's like, this is my district. 50 people spoke out against redistricting and nobody spoke for it. This is not a democratic redistricting. Republicans are a dictatorship. That's why they have 33% approval. That's the number or percentage, I should say, not number, because I'm not an idiot like they are. That's the percentage of Americans in their cult who can't do math or have lost the ability to determine what's good or bad for them. They're like, hey, if I need to be robbed so I don't get kicked out of my community, then that's fine. I'll just be robbed. My best interests be damned. And hold on, let me show you. I have many more. Okay, I'm just deciding what to do. I don't know if I want to stay on the same line of logic or go off of it. Well, I'm going to play some Zoe. I love Mamdani, which I think he's very safely going to win the election today, numbers wise. It's going to be almost, actually, that's what, let me start with that before I get into the rest. I actually have, let me show some numbers. And I want to say these numbers are from 4 days ago. And I believe I'm not, I'd have to say I saw a different poll that was better. So I think these are conservative numbers that kind of just show it's going to be very, very difficult for Mamdani to not win this election. And then I'll show you what I was going to show you.
Polling suggests that this race is, simply put, not close at all. I know there are a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of Cuomo fans who think that this race is closing. I want what they're having, because if we take a look at the choice for New York.
I want to be clear. There aren't Cuomo fans. They are Republicans that Trump is trying to coerce into voting for him. There are no Andrew Cuomo fans. It's just Trump is basically coercing Republicans in New York and saying, this is our only option. Plug your nose and vote.
York City mayor. Look, back in September, Mamdani was ahead by 15 points by aggregate polls, 45 to 30%. You jump to now, it's basically the same story. If nothing else, Mamdani might have actually gained a point or two. Mamdani closing in on that 50% mark, 48%. You see Cuomo here at 31%. At this particular point, and we're getting close to where this particular point is election day, this race is, simply put, not close at all.
There's been talk about, older voters coming out and that was going to change things because he has such huge support from younger voters. What are you seeing on that?
Okay, yeah. So what could cause the polls to possibly be wrong? Well, maybe they're mismodeling the electorate. What Cuomo wants is a surge of older voters and younger voters to make up a lower percentage of the electorate than the polls suggest. Is that happening so far? Well, take a look here. The 2025 New York City electorate under age 45. If you look at Maris, they're projecting among all likely voters that it's going to be 38%. What do we see in the early vote so far? It's basically the same percentage. We see him making up 36%. And I will note that the overall vote is usually a little bit younger than the early vote suggests. So this number is likely to climb a little bit and probably match this number. What we're seeing right now is it does seem to me that the pollsters are modeling the electorate correctly. They are getting that age divide right, which of course is very good news for Zohran Mamdani, because obviously those under the age of 45 very much support his campaign. Those older support Cuomo. And at this point, those under 45 are being modeled, it seems to me, correctly by the pollsters.
Yeah, there's always been this push to get younger people to vote, and now it is happening, and they are going.
That is exactly right. A much higher percentage of younger voters than 4 years ago.
Is there any precedent, though, for this, for any New York City mayoral candidate to surpass expectations compared to the polling?
Yeah, okay. So the question is, right, are the Cuomo folks living in a fantasy land, the fans of Cuomo living in a fantasy land, that maybe they can overcome this large polling lead for Zohran Mamdani? Well, at this particular point, it to me suggests No, based upon history. They are living in a bit of a fantasy land if you think you're going to be overcoming the polling. Why? Mamdani leads by 17 points right now. I look back at all of the final polling dating all the way back since 1989. The largest final polling average error was 11 points in 2005. 11 points is way less than 17 points. So at this point, it would take something unprecedented, at least in the last 36 years of New York City mayoral races, for Andrew Cuomo to overcome a...
The reason I wanted you guys to hear that is because, listen to me, we're going to continue to have elections in America, just like Vladimir Putin has elections in Russia. The only question is, do they matter? Are they legitimate? So I'm just saying, if there's no mathematical way, legitimately, Mamdani should not win this election. And if for some reason he doesn't, mathematically, that would be an indicator that we have a crisis ahead of us. Mathematically, this man nothing should happen other than him winning. Tammy, thank you for agreeing with me. Don't agree with me, agree with math. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the truth. And that's what I'm saying. Like, so let's just hope he coasts to victory, because if not, that is indicative of a much scarier issue. You know, like, and that's the truth. And, you know, like, to my Uber drivers, like, I think people can tell any story with math. Yeah, a lie. Like, people lie. Math doesn't. And that's why, like, Harry, and I can put up with him, because I do like the way he uses numbers to tell a story. There is nobody who's ever overcome this type of deficit in decades. Like, so let's just pray, right? Because that is the real question. And that's, I love Mark Elias, and I listen to a lot of his lives and like events he puts on. And that's the question. Like, you know, are we going to move to a fascist state where, yeah, there's elections, but they don't actually mean or count for anything, and the winner has already been decided? This is Trump. Like, Trump has been melting the F down. I had to stop looking at True Social because it's so scary. This is him yesterday. So many fake polls. These are not fake polls, and I'll say this because I can tell you the only poll that Trump says is not fake is Rasmussen. And people don't, like, if you're not, you know, I make it my business to know things, and I have a really good memory. Rasmussen was given chances, and they were kicked out of the aggregate polls. Why? Because they were using methods that were outside of, you know, statistical mathematics. They were no longer legitimate. Basically, Rasmussen was skewing polls for Trump. And he'll be like, oh, look at this Rasmussen poll. But you never hear about Rasmussen, because they're like, hey, and just to be clear, they gave them many chances and said, hey, your methods are not mathematically sound. Like, you need to change your polling methods, or we can't, like, use you as a legitimate polling source in aggregates. And they wouldn't, because obviously they were being paid by Republicans. But these polls, I just want to be clear, have nothing to do with Republicans. So many fake polls are being shown by the radical left media, all slanted heavily towards Democrats and far left wingers. In the fair polls and even the reasonable polls, I have the best numbers. Yeah, no one's seen those I have ever had. And why shouldn't I? I ended 8 wars. What? You've never ended a war. Can I just be clear? You know, like, the only treaty that was, Biden signed the treaty between Israel and Hamas. Can I just be clear? Trump announced he ended the Israel-Palestine war. Are you guys aware? And I've been on like a mental health break, and I noticed that Netanyahu started again dropping bombs on Palestine. Like, you've ended 0 wars. Remember when he said he ended a war between India and Pakistan, and the day later, India bombed Pakistan? Like, you have never ended a war in your life, sir. Like, please stop. Okay. Actually, then, no, maybe he has. Then I ended 25 wars. We've all ended wars. I ended 8 wars, created the greatest economy. Actually, this is the worst economy. Scott Bessent himself on Sunday, which I probably won't get to this clip, but actually admitted on Sunday morning politics, which is a cardinal sin, that parts of our economy are in fact in recession, which, I mean, that's the factual truth. It's more than parts, but at least he finally admitted something, which I'm sure he got in trouble for. Kept prices, inflation, and taxes down. I guess you're talking to billionaires, you must not be talking to us. And I'm setting standards for right track, wrong track for a future USA. Thank you for the gifts. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 400K, or let's get to 350K first. Tap, tap, tap. Track for a future of U.S. fake news. He means effing the First Amendment. They are evil and corrupt, but as I look around my beautiful surroundings, I say to myself, oh, look, I'm still sitting in the Oval Office. This man is a deranged idiot. Like, truly. If you're still, I don't know, I don't want to say this, but like, if you still support Donald Trump, you have to be an idiot. Or you're very rich and you're benefiting from the tax plan, or you're like in the MAGA cottage industry, and by being close to him, like podcasters or whatever, by just agreeing with his lies, you're making money. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you're not profiting off this, then you are in cognitive dissonance in an information silo, or you're a racist or bigot. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of all the things but even if you're a racist or a bigot and you're like, yeah, like he's getting all the brown people away from me, you're still being robbed. The economy's still being taken. You're still, you are still being, shit is being taken from you. So I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud almost, like, I don't know the scenario. I'm trying to think of the scenario which this makes sense, but I don't. Trump is going nuts today. Look at this one. Trump on Virginia and New Jersey. This is him threatening everyone in Virginia and New Jersey to not vote against him, even though the polls are like, the chance of Trump of these elections going Republican are not good. All caps. Virginia and New Jersey, remember this: a vote for a Republican means substantially lower energy prices. It absolutely does not. I've literally done comprehensive statistical analysis of why that's not true. And that's the irony. Trump is talking about places near the Atlantic Ocean. They need wind energy. They need to generate energy from wind in order to keep prices low. I can't even get into it. It's so dumb. A vote for a Democrat, especially these two losers who are running, means a doubling, tripling, and even quadrupling of your energy costs. That is absolutely not true. And you have to be so dumb. Trump is driving energy costs up. The cheapest energy is generated. And by the way, we have to. It doesn't matter if you are born in 1905 like Trump, or like, I love to breathe in the toxic, I love a little coal in my lungs. It's not sustainable. We still have to move to clean energy. That has to happen. But the way to keep energy bills lowest is to have a comprehensive amount, right? We need to, depends on where you live. I always talk about this. In Arizona, solar panels are the shit, right? Just like they are in Texas, because the sun is shining here 364 days a year. So we have a lot of solar, right? Like, if you're sitting on the Atlantic Ocean, which is generating huge gusts of wind, or in the northern jet stream, like Minnesota, South Dakota, like wind energy helping is going to be cheaper. Through damming water or whatever. There's a lot of ways to generate energy, but the way to keep the costs low is to have multiple sources of it. And Trump's an idiot. It will not be sustainable, and you will like clean coal, like you trying to tell us we're all going to live on coal is sustainable. God. And you will rue the day that you voted to destroy your life. Failing to vote tomorrow is the same as voting for a Democrat. Find your location. Find your voting location at swampthevoteusa.com. I can't. Yeah, clean coal, renewable coal. It's fine, you guys. Just get the kids in the coal mines. Everything I don't like is fake. I just like Joe's comment underneath. These are all the polls. Trump's like, the polls are fake. These are all the polls he's saying are not real. There's like 7 polls that came out where nobody likes him. Like, it's not a joke. I've seen them all. I have the PDFs. Oh, here's another scary threat for him, where he threatens, he's calling the left anti-Semitic while threatening Jewish people. That's a good one. Any Jewish person that votes for Zohran Mamdani, a proven and self-professed, I'm not going to say that, and that is absolutely not true, but you can read it, is a stupid person. Let me just tell you, the only person who's anti-Semitic is the person who wrote this. This is unbelievably anti-Semitic. Like, I can't even believe. Oh, here's another one. Oh, I don't even know if I'm going to read this all, but this is just one giant threat. If communist candidate Zohran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is highly unlikely that I will be contributing to federal funds. This is illegal. This will be used against him in lawsuits that will go against him. Other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home. Nobody loves you in New York. I used to live there. Everybody hates you. Because of the fact that as a communist, and I can't deal with this. I just need to be clear. Communists, there's no government, right? If Zohran Mamdani was a communist, he would not be here acknowledging the U.S. government. It's the same as libertarians. There's no state. State equals government, right? Like, you can't be a communist and acknowledge that a state exists. It is actually ideologically opposed. The two things can't be existing at the same time. But I used to get really confused because, I'm a historian and I am very well versed in Karl Marx and his in his socialism, in his version of socialism is what I want to say. And, Trump keeps saying that Marxism is evil. No, I that's why I was always confused when people were like, oh, all these, Mao was a socialist or a communist. No, like Marx is, I encourage anyone to read Marx if your brain works and you can read. Marx was just talking about, distribution of wealth and using the power of people to, gain a living wage. Trump, leveraging and threatening tech companies to give them 2% of profits or threatening TikTok and forcing a sale. This, I guess that is, because I always wonder, why are people, I know this PR campaign against socialism, I always considered it a lie. But yeah, let me just be clear. If a crazed conservative dictator takes over America and then just starts taking chunks of companies, and that is what in your mind is socialism, then I guess, yeah, that's bad. But again, that's what Trump has done. To me, socialism and communism, for sure. Communism doesn't acknowledge that any government exists. There's no borders, there's no government, there's no leaders, there's no structure at the top. It's just people working together. But socialism, as Marx talked about it, was a movement of people working democratically. If a dictator just rises up and starts terrorizing people and stealing and grifting and demanding and taking, that's, as far as I understand, Marxism has nothing to do with it, right? That's just a crazed dictator that idiot MAGA Republicans elected, who's now using that power to steal from all of us. Like, that's not anything to do with Marxism, but I know you guys can't read, so you'll never really get that. But I do encourage everyone to read Trump's psychotic threats, because that's all he's been doing all day long, is threatening all of us to do what he demands we do.
We need to get back to the rule of law, and I think she believes in that. We need to begin to shore up the safety nets for the vulnerable amongst us and the middle class, because without a strong middle class, we have a divided society.
And you voted early in this election?
Yes, I wanted to make sure it was there.
Will you be supporting Mikey Sherrill tomorrow?
Yes, of course. Yeah. I would never, ever, ever vote for Republican, ever, because of Donald Trump.
I think the whole Trump thing is very dangerous. They're not, they're not respecting law. We're going to have what kind of a country can we have when there's no respect for law? It's very dangerous. So I'm supporting her.
So we need to get back.
I love this. And then we could get into Virginia and all Trump's psychotic lies. But I just love this guy, what he said. Like, because, right, this is, and I heard this on Fox and I didn't clip it because I'm like, I'm not entertaining this. Which, by the way, Fist Trucker, thank you so much for the super chat on YouTube. I'm so sorry I didn't see it until now. Girl, I missed you and I hope your journey is progressing positively. I'm alive. Taking it one day at a time, and I missed you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat and the $10. I wanted to say, like, wait, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I was watching a Fox newscaster basically say that, and I'm going to show you. I hope we're going to get into it. I have time to get into it. Obama was stumping for for Abigail Spanberger this weekend and just unloaded. Like, I had the pleasure when I was working in, for the Arizona Democratic Party, and Obama came to town. He was like stumping at University of Arizona for Ruben Gallego. Oh my God. I love foxes, kitsune or whatever I love that. That is like the best gift ever. I'm not going to get into my weird gaming history and things. Thank you, whoever gave me that. But Obama unloaded, in support of Abigail Spanberger. And if you don't know who Abigail Spanberger is running against, it is also mathematically impossible for Abigail Spanberger to lose, because there's a black woman running against her who hates black people, does not want them to. Well, she's also a woman who hates women. Like, it is these. I've never in my life seen a black woman speak the words or have the opinions that this woman has. I'm not going to play the clips. If you don't know who Abigail Spanberger is running against and how awful she is, then look it up. But I will just point it out. There was a long time ago, I'm trying to remember, when Josh Shapiro was running for governor, he ran against a guy named Doug Mastriano, and he was kind of like an open schmatzy. He was like expressing all of these terrible, you guys, I mean, her name's out there, but I'm saying, I'm not going to play clips of her because it's going to be taken down. This one's a bigot, so I can't play him. But like Doug Mastriano was just like an open schmatzy who was saying all these insane things. And I like, when I'm listening to this black woman say these things, I'm like, oh my God, it reminds me of the Doug Mastriano who was just awesome. Yeah. And a Fox News reporter yesterday was like, Obama's black. How could he not support? You're the black woman in a race. How dare he not support you? And she's like, yeah. You're a horrible bigot who hates women and and black people. Like, you're wondering why those communities of people. I mean, not to say those are the only communities she hates. I mean, she hates the gays. Like, you just have no idea. This woman is like Trump if Trump was a black woman. It's terrifying. It's like, Anyways, so I just wanted to play this. This is only 11 seconds, but I found it funny that this guy is just like that other lady.
Spam bird. She out there doing what she's supposed to do. See, that other lady, she need to go somewhere and sit down.
Yes, she does need to go somewhere and sit down and be quiet for the rest of her life and never speak again. And I'm serious, like, that's how gross this woman is I will not play the words she says. But I'm sure you can use AI or whatever and just look up a list of her bigoted ideas and thoughts. Like, I mean, it is mind-boggling what a bigot she is. She needs to sit the F down forever and ever and never speak again. Like, it is so scary that we live in these times. I forgot about this. This is another rant by Trump about the Prop 50 in California. So democracy is happening in California where they're saying, hey, voters, do you want us to redistrict? Is it okay? Like, we're going to do this on a majority vote. Now, excuse me, when was the vote in Texas to redistrict? Did that occur? It did not. And this is Trump. The unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam. Trump, you don't know the Constitution. You violate it daily. Please don't pretend you have any idea what the Constitution says. And again, Prop 50 is a Democratic vote in California. You forced a redistricting and didn't ask anybody in Texas what they thought. In particular, the voting itself is rigged. Oh, and I told myself I'm not going to get into this tomorrow, but I forgot it was in here. All mail-in ballots where the Republicans in that state are shut out. It's not. Is under very serious legal and criminal review. I just want to be clear that Trump is now using this, which none of what he's saying is true, but Trump is actively, apparently, which I don't know if it's smart, but he's now saying, and KKK Caroline Leavitt was doing a press conference today, and they're like, is Trump trying to do away with mail-in ballots? And she was, I think that's Trump's latest thing, is they're going to do away with mail-in ballots. So whoever can show up and vote on the day. Like, I don't know, but we shall see. This is the party I was talking about. While nobody had food to eat, SNAP is being canceled on Friday night. Trump was throwing a party, a Great Gatsby, which is if you never read The Great Gatsby, it's like during the Great Depression or on the tail end, it's like very rich people, what we would call billionaires, like living in largesse. So on the night he's going to starve millions of Americans to death and deny them their SNAP money, which the judgment came through that same day. A federal judge is like, you have to pay it. And he's throwing this party.
Looking at is a Great Gatsby party. This was a Halloween party, great, fun, but just the notion that he had a Great Gatsby party on Halloween night, just before the SNAP benefits went away for 40 million Americans, and that people are suffering. Again, he argues that it's the Democrats' fault that there's a shutdown, and there's a legit argument that it's pox on all their houses, but this imagery was noteworthy, and we'll leave it there. And what you're
hold on a second. I've got some imagery because this is not doing the shit justice. I have so many clips. I have a whole S-load of these clips that are just, you won't even believe it if you don't see it. So SNAP benefits are being canceled, and someone said he's just paying half. That's what is being said. I don't know. And I'm not on SNAP, so I don't know. Did people get half their checks or not? I don't know if people have received money yet. I don't know. I know that he can find any of the money he wants, and anything to the contrary is a lie. This is the party, though. Here's some clips from Trump. So just understand people are starving to death, and this is what Trump is doing.
They pale in comparison to what.
It's just a picture in a bathroom that annoyed me. But I love this. Patriot Takes posted. If you want to see some of these clips, Patriot Takes, which I believe is part of the Midas Touch Network, posted like so many of these videos and clips. I love this one. Sorry, MAGA flat earthers. Trump has a globe prominently displayed at his Palm Beach golf club. That's too bad for the people that can't even figure out that the earth is not flat. Picture if Joe Biden did this. Thank you so much. I love wings. I was like, where did these wings come from? It's like took a second to register because I kind of feel like I should naturally have wings, and then like for a second I was like, that's me. That's nothing extra here. Thank you for the wings. I love them. Can you imagine if Joe Biden did this? Imagine. I will never get over MAGA. You guys, I mean, honestly, like I said, I don't punch down. You guys are so dumb. I will never come at any of you. That's why, truly, it's part of the reason I stopped debating. I don't, people making money off debates are just punching down. MAGA's, you guys, I don't punch down. I punch up. And you guys are idiots. People make thousands of dollars a month debating, punching down on MAGA. Don't waste time having conversations with idiots. They have no idea what they're talking about. Imagine, though. Think about, they're like, Joe Biden is riding a bike and eating an ice cream cone. How dare he do those things while being president? How dare he ride a bike and have a shirt off, sitting in a chair at a beach? I will, MAGA, okay. And I know I will probably say this 1,000 more times. Every single thing you guys said, you were wrong about. Remember the whole, and oh God, there's no point anymore. Project, he never read, he said he never read Project 25. Well, I think 49% of it has been enacted now. You guys are idiots. Everything you guys have said was not true or he would never do has happened. And the ones of you, the 32%, according to polls, that are still with him, because every independent has left, the sane ones of you have left. The ones of you who are still there, just say it. Just say, hey, I'm an insecure, idiotic, racist bigot. I don't know how to find my way in this world, so I need to punch down on others so that I feel important. That's it. You guys are cowards. And you will never catch me punching down on it. Of me unless you come after me. I am reactive. If you come for me, then I will finish it. And that's exactly how I feel about MAGA. Like, you guys throw rocks and hide your hands. And also are idiotic. But truly, keep punching down while this guy does this. This is what your president's up to. While you're like, can you guys believe Joe Biden rode a bike around the block and had an ice cream cone? Why isn't he doing his job? Why isn't Joe Biden doing his job? He's riding a bike and eating an ice cream cone. And then I saw him taking 20 minutes to get some sun on the beach without a shirt on. How dare that man do that? Millions of Americans were being starved of SNAP. And again, I just want, because you guys have no idea how the government works, Trump can keep funding SNAP even during a government shutdown. It has happened many times before. You don't need to let poor people starve, just like you can keep paying the military. Trump has spent billions of dollars terrorizing brown American citizens and making up lies about it for for-profit prisons. All of this stuff can easily happen. Oh, here's another thing. You can swear in Adelita Grijalva in a pro forma session, just like when 2 representatives were elected in Florida during a pro forma session, they were sworn in. Every lie you guys swallow, because truly, keep swallowing. That's what you guys do. I personally would not swallow anything for Donald Trump, but you guys are giant swallowing cowards. Like, nothing that these people are telling you is true. Sorry, I can't watch anymore. I don't know if I can take any more of these videos. It goes on and on. I have hundreds of these videos.
I
They pale in comparison.
Sorry. I actually have that video, but I can't watch. I have to get, there's so many. Again, if you want to see them, look at Patriot Takes, or actually many people posted them. They are so disgusting. Oh wait, I think I already played that. I have to skip around because I have so many clips. Should we do the Kash Patel thing? I don't even know if I have the energy. I'm so angry at so many people in the government. Have you heard about the Kash Patel situation? Oh wait, I'm gonna have to find this clip. Actually, give me a second. Wait, let me not pivot to Kash Patel. I'll get there, and I'll get to Nancy Mace crying and screaming in the Charleston airport too, because I've seen that. I want to. Oh yeah, I should have played this earlier, so let me just show this because I saw it. I love Joy Reid. Joy Reid is a queen, Harvard graduate, smarter than Trump will ever hope to be in his effing life, whose show was canceled on MSNBC when Trump started controlling the media and demanding that smart minorities be taken off the air. Sorry, I get super annoyed about all of it. They basically purged brown people and black people at MSNBC because Trump didn't like it. 6'3", 258, healthiest person ever. Someone said to walk there. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just saw that. That is hilarious. Yes, we do know. Trump is firing on all cylinders. And it's just because one of his legs seems to stop working every time he walks upstairs, and it seems like his hands and now upper arms are turning black slowly, and he had an MRI and won't say why. And literally every single day forgets words, phrase, cannot form a sentence. But again, this goes back to my Biden thing. Remember when Biden wasn't okay? That's how I know. And I'll swear this till the end of my days. That's how I know that MAGA is dumb. You guys were convinced Joe Biden couldn't run the country while he was running it more efficiently than it had ever been run before, recovering the best in the G7 from a worldwide pandemic. You are still Trump has created most of it, but what is left of this economy that is not trash is thanks Joe Biden. Thank you, Joe Biden. Literally. And that is what happened. And I'm not saying like a lot, because things happen in an economy like a pandemic outside of president's control. But same thing happened. Like George W. was up to absolute nonsense. The Enron thing, right? This is what happens. Republicans get in power, just do a bunch of illegal shit, create monopolies, commit fraud. Then a Democrat comes in office, and Americans, and by Americans I mean MAGA idiots, and that's the 32% of you that are still dumb enough to not understand that Trump is robbing us, or like, this is this black man's fault. No, it wasn't Obama's fault. Oh my God, I have the best oh my God. I actually have the video, which I think would be better, but now I'm like, I don't know if I added it to a presentation. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot about this. I'm so disappointed in myself. Oh, I found it. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to add this, and we'll see if, like, I forgot that I found a man that MAGA will listen to. I shouldn't just say this because I'm just a woman with a tiny brain, and the melanin, you know, it's too much. They can't hear me. I forgot that I found a man that could explain this to them. You got to find a white man, you know, who looks a little bit country that can explain to MAGA that they're idiots. Hold on. I have this somewhere because it's not going to add to the cloud fast enough, but it's here. Oh, this is going to be MAGA. Share this live with your friends. Don't worry. You're going to be dumb no longer. Well, hopefully fingers crossed. We're going to get you right. You're going to be able to figure this out. I got a man with a beard who wears denim to explain to you why you're dumb. You're welcome. Also, you don't deserve my kindness. Okay, I found it. Oh, this is good. And I know everyone's going to ask. Let me just oh, yeah. I should take okay. Everyone's going to ask now. It's Rough Cut Media Network. Like, I'm going to... Hold on. I'm literally going to write this out and pin it because I know what's coming. Everyone's going to be like, who is that? This is a TikTok video. So you can follow this guy if you want. Why is this not network? Okay, I'm just going to pin this now before I have to hear the like, who is that? I love him. I do too. I think this could be the time, MAGA, where you get it. Like, we have a chance. This could be the day where you guys stop being stupid. We don't know, but there's a chance. And I just want to explain something because so there was a club at my university called Iconocrats. Iconocrats, if you have never heard of that, are people who they're not part of like a specific, or actually the real ones, and I don't know if he is, but like the ones at my college, they consider themselves a political party, but they don't put forth candidates. Iconocrats are people who vote based on math, which MAGA, I know. That's not you. And Trump could never have grifted and done what he's done so far if you guys voted based on numbers, right? And like iconocrats are people who look only at mathematical economic plans and decide which ones are best for them, and they vote accordingly, which is ironic because you guys can't vote for a black woman. Every financial firm in the country, Goldman Sachs, Chase, said the only economic plan that makes any sense for this economy and this country is Kamala Harris's economic plan. And anyways, I think you're going to like this or I don't think you're going to like it, but here's a man who's not a woman to explain to you why you're dumb.
The number one question I've gotten on my videos is, well, who did you vote for? And the answer has clearly surprised many of them. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm what's called an econocrat. This essentially means I vote solely on which candidate has the best economic policy for the working class. But there's no econocrat party, so who am I actually voting for? Today, I'm looking at the actual record from 1980 till now of Republican and Democratic presidents. Who's winning for your wallet and who's falling short? Why should you care? Because macroeconomics touches your daily life. Jobs, wages, prices, savings.
Now, he should explain the difference between macro and micro for MAGA, because they already lost. They don't even know what that meant, but...
And even though the president doesn't control everything, patterns do emerge once you track decades of data. One big finding, according to the studies, and you can find all the links to my sources in my comments, the economy tends to perform better under Democratic presidents on growth, job creation, and unemployment than under Republican ones. That doesn't mean Republicans are always bad or Democrats are always good. Context does matter. But the patterns give us something worth talking about, especially when so much campaigning spins the "we'll fix the economy" line. Let's dig into the numbers first. Here are some headline stats. On average, real inflation adjusted GDP growth under Democratic presidents is about 4.3%, while under Republicans it averages around 2.5%. Job creation is markedly different too, roughly 2.5 times faster under Democrats than under Republicans. Even if you go all the way back to Truman, the 7 Democratic presidents oversaw the creation of 70.5 million jobs, while Republican presidents only saw 29.1 million. Those Democrat presidents were in office 429 months, adding 164,000 jobs a month, while the Republican presidents were in office for 475 months, averaging just 61,000 jobs a month. Unemployment. Under Democrats, the unemployment rate tends to fall. Under Republicans, it tends to rise. That being said, each Democratic president since 1980 inherited a recession, which typically has significantly higher rates of unemployment. Which brings us to recessions. 10 of the last 11 U.S. recessions began under Republican presidents. The significant ones here are the stock market crash of 1987, a Bush senior recession from July 1990 to March 1991, the housing crisis under Bush in 2007 and 2008, and the COVID recession, which began on February 20th, 2020. A full 9 months before the election and 11 months before Biden took office. So what gives? Before you reach conclusions, let's explore what these numbers mean and what they don't. First, correlation doesn't equal causation. Studies say the stronger performance under Democrats is not obviously because of more expansionary fiscal policy or because Democrats inherited better economies. In fact, most inherited terrible economies. Next, what this means for you. If you're an everyday worker, you might think, does it matter which party's in charge? If the pattern holds, yes, on average the economy is doing better with one party than the other. But remember, averages hide variation and crisis years. Take, for example, under Ronald Reagan, a Republican from 1981 to 89, the unemployment rate fell from 7.5% to 5.4% during his first term, yet he inherited a severe recession and oil shock. By contrast, under Bill Clinton, a Democrat from 1993 to 2001, you had a long run of expansion, job creation, and falling unemployment. So, what do you take from this as a voter, as a worker, or as someone just watching your next paycheck? A few implications. Don't buy the slogan alone. Saying you will fix the economy is much different than actually doing it. Look for how the candidate deals with jobs, wages, productivity, and investment, not just tax cuts or deregulation. 2, pay attention to how policy interacts with the global economy. Trade, tech, and energy shocks matter a lot. Number 3, look for structural trends. Are wages keeping up? Are new jobs real jobs? Are we factoring in long-term debt, inflation, and deficit risks? In other words, one party may have better historical averages, but your personal outcome depends on which policies they adopt, what global conditions they face, and how resilient your community is. That means stay informed and don't just rely on who I trust with the economy. Ask, how does their plan match the evidence and the track record? So I have always voted for Democratic presidents, but I've only voted straight Democrat in 2 elections, as far as I can recall. The reason I vote this way is that there has never been an econocratic candidate, and Democrats have had significantly better outcomes in economics than Republicans. Drop a comment right now Which president do you feel got the economy right and why? I'll dive into the replies.
I could mathematically dispute a couple of things he said. I know there's way too many smart people. I know he said a lot. Like, if you vote for and isn't it fascinating how people can correctly use the adjective democratic, but then get it wrong sometimes? It's fascinating. And I mean, not everything he said is correct. Because, like, yeah, I could get into that, but whatever. You get the point. Look, I found a white man in a denim tuxedo with a cowboy hat and a beard, MAGA. Did you hear anything he said? I know you can't hear me when I speak, but this is a white man with a beard and a hat. So I thought maybe, and yeah, like it's so funny when I saw this, I was like, oh my God, because I used to, Iconocrats was a club at my university, and I was like, what the hell is that? Like, but yeah, it's people who basically just say, I don't hold any political affiliations other than the health of the economy, which I think in a lot of ways, like, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, because I'm for people who don't know who I am, I'm pansexual, right? Like, I'm trying to think of a better way to say this. I'm sapiosexual. I'm attracted to people's brains and their, like, intellect. It doesn't, Republicans are generally just like angry and confused and like, what's in your pants? Like, me, I'm sexually attracted to people's minds. The last thing I care about is like genitals. So it's like, if I'm sexually attracted to your brain, then I'm just like, I'll figure the rest out. Like, that's the least of my problems. I just need a non-idiot. That's what a sapiosexual is, which generally falls under the category of pansexual. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to remember where I was going with this. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. So, like, I say this because I feel like I need, like, the straightest, most, like, cis white male to say things to you guys. So maybe it will resonate. Sounds good. Thank you, Jake. Anyways, and everyone should look up Iconocrats, because I do think, sorry, let me expand on that more, because now I remember exactly where I was going. I do feel like, and MAGA, I know this is a challenge, and can we all tap the screen? Let's get to 450K as fast as possible. Also, share the live. I do feel like I want to say this the right way. I think a lot of us are manipulated by cultural issues, and I don't want to shit on religion. I really don't. But I'll say this, religion, there's not been a war that has killed more people since the Crusades in the Middle Ages. Christianity has killed more people. I mean, let's look at the Dark Ages. Let's look at the Spanish Inquisition. Let's look at the Salem witch trials. Like, Christianity just murders people. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I don't want to. So, I'm saying that because, in my opinion, I support freedom of religion. That's a part of the Constitution. I love freedom of religion, but I don't think we should vote based on that. I don't think we should vote based on any cultural issues, period. I actually think the only thing we should care about is economic policy. And the rest should just be a given. Like, and I mean, like, as in, hey, in America, we all have freedom of, freedom. You can be whoever you want to be. Every American individual has the right to self-actualize, or at least theoretically. Let's not worry about anything else politically. Because I think every American in this country would say, hey, I just want to be who I want to be, and I don't want the government interfering in my shit. I think everybody feels that way. The only thing we should care about is the wealth inequality in this country, or the economic tax plan that will, either help the average American or hurt us. And let me just show you. I was just thinking, I have some screen. because I don't have it memorized. Let me just find. I know I took a screenshot of it. Let me find it really quick. Ugh. Sorry, I'm starting to play videos. I know I have this. Oh, I'm not in my presentation. Let me go back. Robert Reich, who's like our unofficial cult leader. He's the former labor secretary under Clinton. He's a professor at an economics professor at UC Berkeley. Reich is spelled R-E-I-C-H. He's Jewish. It's not Reich. It's pronounced Reich. It only took us like a year to figure that out, to stop mispronouncing his name and associating him with the Third Reich. Okay, here we go. This is something he posted just, I think, what day is it? 2 days ago. The 400 richest Americans are now worth a record $6.6 trillion. So understand that there are 400 people in this country that are controlling $6.6 trillion of wealth. The bottom 50% of America, which I'm included in that, is worth just $4.2 trillion. Thank you for the wings and the crown. When 400 people control more wealth than 50% of a country's population, we have a serious problem. And I could get more into that. I love Robert Reich. But that's the reality. As long as you are dumb enough, and MAGA, I'm talking to you to be like, I'm gonna monitor where people pee. I'm crazy. Listen, it's always, I just want to help you, MAGA. If any person, doesn't matter your gender, your sexual orientation, if anybody in a bathroom harasses or accosts or assaults anyone else, that has always been a crime. I'm sorry that you, for whatever reason, didn't know that and you get emotionally charged. Nobody can assault anyone in a bathroom. There's a penal code for that. Right? There's a penal code for child molestation, for 3 PDOs. All of these things are illegal. The majority of sex crimes against children are white males in America who identify as such. So, I mean, I do think it's a problem, but the majority of that seems to be in the church, in your church, in politics. Yeah, it seems to be a problem with all of you guys. I don't know what's going on there, but look into it. But again, as long as you are dumb enough to think your job is to worry about women's health care, what I talk to my doctor about, or who I may or may not want to have sex with, or which bathroom people are peeing in. As long as you are dumb enough to concern yourself with that, we will continue to be robbed day in and day out. And that's why I wanted to show that video of this Econocrat guy. If we were all smart, the only reason we would vote would be based on whatever that candidate's economic plan was. And Trump never had an economic plan. I read Kamala's twice. I could almost recite it. It was 80. Actually, it was either 83 or 86. I might be confusing it with Biden, so forgive me. But it was 80 plus pages. I read it multiple times. Trump's plan for the United States was 16 pages, and it was a psychopath ranting about revenge and bigotry. And now we're in this situation. Now we're in parts of our, as Scott Bessent said on air on Sunday, where parts of our economy are in recession, labor is bad, the housing market is bad. So MAGA, you guys are so dumb. You have no one to blame but yourselves. This is your fault. And also, no offense, independents and idiotic Hispanic people who thought for a second that Trump wasn't a racist. I could go on and on of what the were any of you thinking? Like, can you read? It's fat. I'll never understand, like, Hispanic people, what is going on. Anyways, I want to play some Jasmine Crockett clips because we all know how I feel about her. She's amazing, but she makes some good points. So I have 2 Jasmine Crockett clips, and then I want to get into this like amazing speech Obama gave. Like, Obama's been stumping for Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, and I've witnessed Obama speak live. I know the power of an Obama speech. It's amazing to watch him. But I want to play 2 Jasmine Crockett clips first. Why can I not hear this? Wait, hold on. Let me just try another clip and make sure something hasn't happened to my sound. Ugh, hold on one second. I just need to play a different thing. Wait, what is happening? Hold on. I'm thinking. Let me check my... Where's my... What is going on? Is this connected to the internet? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Please don't say it. Please don't talk to me. Don't make fun of me. I know. Please don't say anything to me. That was embarrassing. Let me just move on from it.
They know how to get rid of the filibuster when they want to. I am not telling them that they need to or whatever, but I'm just saying. Right now, they want to say, oh, it's the Democrats that are holding us down when, hell, we ain't been able to do much of anything, right? Because we don't have the numbers. But now they're like, oh, it's the Democrats' fault. It is not. It is not. I mean, you understand what the numbers are. You were supposed to be able to count. And part of counting is also making sure that you understand when you got to negotiate. You don't have 60 in the Senate. That means you have to talk to the other side. Guess what? Joe Biden didn't have 60 in the Senate either. But guess what? He never had a government shutdown. So for all the talk about Joe Biden being senile, Joe Biden being incompetent, and all the other nonsense, I just want to remind y'all that in the last 4 years, you did not endure a shutdown. In fact, this is the shutdown president. That's the only thing that he is very accomplished at. And listen, nobody can beat him at it, okay? When you run the tape on him, this is what he does. And as far as I'm concerned, and these are words that he has shared with us before, leadership comes from the top. So if there's a shutdown, it starts at the top. Let me tell you, this is his fault. Joe Biden knew that he needed to negotiate because we were in a divided government. He also knew that in his entire 4 years, he never had 60 votes in the Senate. So if you want to see, or if you want to know what real leadership looks like, Joe Biden was that guy. I just want to put that out there as people felt away about his age, as they tried to act like he was senile. Somehow he managed to make sure that we didn't go into recession after the abysmal job that Donald Trump did the first time, yet now we're headed into a recession. And he managed to make sure that like we were actually growing. Our economy was actually getting better. I get that it was not perfect, but it was going in the right direction. Last time I checked, those grocery bills have not come down, but I digress. So that is that. So they could say they want to get rid of the filibuster and just go.
I mean, and I want to say again, if you can count, which we know that Republicans definitely cannot count, Joe Biden could count, right? There has to be some bipartisanship. You can't cancel everyone's health insurance. I mean, just cancel everyone's health insurance in red states. Like, it's not hard. I know. I love her too. Trust me. I met her once, and I'm telling you, I always tell this story. I met Jasmine Crockett. Like, I'm 5'9"3/4. She's like 5'3", 4. I don't know. I just never have seen someone move through a room and like people are just like, move out of the way. Like, I just can't describe it. Like, there's power like emanating off that woman. She's amazing. But anyways, just factually, Republicans have the majority of everything. The executive branch, the judiciary, the legislative branch. And honestly, I do think like Trump was thinking, oh, and truly, this is, if you ask me what I really think is going on, you remember like the firing, like the first Friday of the shutdown where he tried to fire everybody? And they were just like, this is our chance. We're going to fire every single person that doesn't like us, and we're going to blame it on the Democrats. And then they're like, now we can starve the homeless and have more money to use for ourselves, and we'll blame it on the Democrats. And none of that shit has worked. Every poll says not a goddamn person on earth blames the Democrats for a thing. And now they're like, shit, like we're all cowards with small D's, and none of us, we only punch down. We don't know how to stand up to Donald Trump, who's a literal coward. Like narcissists are, and I'm saying this psychologically as someone who's read a lot, all the latest research on them. They're infants. Literally. That's where their developmental growth stopped, is infancy. They're infants screaming for their mommy. That's what they are. That's why they're so angry. And for some reason, none of all these Republican men, all these alpha males that claim to be alpha males, for some reason cannot stand up to an angry infant who missed his nap. And that's, I mean, that's the truth. They are like, everyone's going to blame the Democrats. No, mathematically, everyone's blaming you.
All I know is no, sir, you will not get a third term. That's not going to happen. I mean, the Supreme Court going to have to find their big boy and big girl panties and do what's right. The Constitution is very clear, sir. And frankly, you never should have had one term. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, you were never qualified to be president of the United States, not once, but definitely not twice. And your incompetencies are showing. Your own people, yes, my homegirl, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is also very disappointed in you. Listen, you are a loser. And unfortunately, we all are being dragged down with you in your loser way. All I know is no, sir.
She needs to be president. At least somebody can correctly identify a problem. And this is what I'm saying. And I want to say this because, like, when I say I'm obsessed with Congress, if you've watched the People's Receipts, you know I watch every congressional hearing. But the most telling part of Congress are the congressional aides who have, like, blogs and stuff you can read. Like, I want to say this because and I'm sure you've heard people say it, it's true. Republicans in Congress hate Trump. They think he's an idiot. They think he's a bully. They think he's a liar. But they have, I mean, you guys are alpha males. You guys are all cowards. You sit around and talk to the people that work for you about how you hate Trump and he's ruining your life and you're not going to get reelected. But not one of you is strong enough to say what this woman just said. Like, it's so unfortunate that it always just takes women to stand up. Like, man, you guys are always saying we're the inferior gender. Why are you guys cowards and idiots? I'm just so confused. Where are you? If you're so alpha, then speak up. Oh, and I thought this, the reason I was talking about this, she's just like, you're never getting a third term. I want to, wait, do I have this video? Yeah. I thought this was interesting because while Trump is like idiotically and aggressively tweeting and being like, we need to get rid of the filibuster, I just want you to know that's a complete smokescreen. The Republicans will never get rid of the filibuster. The Republicans need and love the filibuster. It's how they create corruption and continue to oppress the majority of Americans. And I thought Robert Reich, the guy I was talking about, our de facto leader, the former labor secretary for Clinton and the UC Berkeley economics professor, was talking about, like, hey, if Republicans do in fact end the filibuster, that opens a lot of opportunities for us.
When they asked him about a third term, which is, I was like, why are you asking him about a third term? But there's no reason to think that these things aren't on the table if, as long as he feels like, oh, I can just do whatever I want to.
Yes, he does trial balloons.
Yeah.
He says things like a third term. He waits for the reaction. If the reaction isn't strong enough.
And it hasn't been that strong.
What about on Truth Social?
And I want to be, and I've talked about this before, and I think a lot of people talk about it. That is what Trump does. He says outrageous things like, I'm going to take over Greenland, right? He floats these insane ideas, and then the MAGA cottage industry of delusional, idiotic, alpha males on T-Gel are like, yeah, take over Greenland, right? And like, if they get behind it, and if public support gets behind it, and he'll be like, no, that's just something I said, that's just an idea, I don't know. And then he'll be like, but other people are saying they want it, right? And he lets that support grow and grow, and nobody supports Trump's third term. That's the irony. He keeps you like, well, I don't want one, but I've heard a lot of people want me to have one. Well, I don't, other than creepy Andy Ogles, who, is like, hey, can I S your D? I don't think people want you. Oh, and Steve Bannon, excuse me. Steve Bannon does.
Well, who's been talking about the filibuster as one's king of one's regime does.
Well, he is telling the Republicans, the Senate Republicans, get rid of the filibuster. Now is the time so you can push through the budget. I think that the Democrats are just salivating over this. And I think the Republicans are scared. They don't want to get rid of this filibuster because they know that if the Democrats take over in the midterms or whenever at some point the Democrats are going to have the Senate, the first thing they're going to do is make Washington, D.C. another state.
Yes.
Free D.C.
Free D.C. They're going to free D.C.
And that means 2 more senators, Democratic senators.
Yep.
And this is the Republican.
When they asked him about a third term, which is, I was like, why are you asking about?
Can we all tap the screen and get to 500K and share the live? I just got a serious violation. Sorry, I just need to open I can only monitor I appealed it, but I've realized the only way to tell what's going on, I have to, wait, oh yeah, monitor live. Sorry, I have to use my cell phone to tell what's happening. That was like that was a real one. Yeah, let's tap the screen, share the live, because I'm in trouble. Well, I appealed, but we don't. Wait. Oh, there it is. Yeah, appeal in progress. I was like, maybe it didn't have. I like gaslit myself. But yeah, that's the point. Like, let's get rid of the filibuster because everyone sees who Republicans are. You're not going to be in power. We're not going to. Oh, I'd like to think and again, this is all dependent, I should say, on Trump and billionaires who have stolen all of our data, are using it against us now in facial recognition systems, allegedly, and whatever. As long as they are not going to fix elections, I don't think they will be in power for long. But, I mean, I don't think they would have done all... Like, think about... Has anyone thought about this? Like Doge? They saved zero money. As a matter of fact, they cost us a lot of money. All we know for sure is they stole data. And what that was about. And like, you never hear about it. You do not hear a word about that shit. They just stole all of our data and we're just pretending that shit didn't happen. Well, hold on. Let me not to skip around, which I will get to the Obama speech, but I just want to show. This is a clip from, which I reported on Rachel Maddow. Like, I was showing when Rachel Maddow was doing the first 100 days of Donald Trump's presidency, and all of this data was being stolen. The whistleblowers were coming out, showing the graphs of like, hey, all this data has been exfiltrated from these agencies, like. I just want to show, like, it's just a short clip of Rachel Maddow talking about this on Monday. Oh, God, hold on. Hopefully, I'm trying to refresh. I would appreciate not being banned from TikTok right now.
I wasn't here just on Mondays. I was here every night of the week for the first 100 days of Donald Trump's presidency. And for the very last couple of shows of those first 100 days, I picked out a few choice topics I thought were really worth focusing in on in the months ahead, things I thought we should keep an eye on as Trump's second term unfolded. And so on the very last night of the 100 days, what was the last thing to think about that I left you with as the culminating thing of the last 100 days? Last night of the show, we focused on what are they doing with all of our data? Trump administration, specifically Elon Musk's Doge, was on this mad dash to inexplicably vacuum up Americans' personal data and then to merge it into some kind of master database to remove decades of restrictions on how it's shared and used within the government. What do they want all that data on us for? What could they be trying to do with it? What could this mean to us regular humans in our regular lives? On that point, on the last night of the 100 days, we brought in investigative reporter Julia Engwin, who has reported on data privacy and security for years and who is very good at explaining it to regular people. She wrote in the New York Times that Doge appeared to be assembling a sprawling domestic surveillance system for the Trump administration, one that could allow them to create the sine qua non, right, the hallmark desire of authoritarian regimes everywhere. A comprehensive master database with comprehensive files on every single person in the country that they can use without restriction. That is what we were talking about on that last night of the first 100 days. Keep an eye on what they're doing with all of our data, how they are expanding their surveillance powers, and what they're going to do to us with it. Well, now here we are, half a year later, and we are learning about one very specific way the Trump administration is gaining new power and control over us that they have never had before. And it is this sudden and rapid escalation in the surveillance capabilities they are buying for ICE, including technology that could allow ICE to hack into people's cell phones and see everything that person is doing without the phone's owner ever knowing that the government is in there. Even though ICE's purported jurisdiction is immigration, it's right there in the name, they are already reportedly planning to use the surveillance technology against U.S. citizens, against anyone they deem an anti-ICE extremist. You might remember earlier this year, I wasn't here just on Mondays, I was here every night of the week for the first 100 days of Donald Trump's presidency. And for the very last couple of shows of those first 100 days, I picked out a few choice topics I thought were...
Sorry, it started over. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. My appeal was approved, but there's like I won my appeal, so I'm not getting banned, but there's like a circle of death on my computer, and I can't... Okay, wait, hold on. What just happened? I'm so confused. Did I get in trouble or not? I think I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm so confused. Okay, whatever. I'm fine. Until I hear again, I'm not. We're okay. Everyone's okay. Yeah, so that is, I don't know. I just think we need to be all very cognizant of what is going on in America and the future. And like every single, and I want to be clear, because MAGA, you need to hear this, and I get it. You're in cognitive let's say there are 32 to 33% of people in America that still support Donald Trump. And when I think about logically and not being an idiot like you guys are, like what percentage of you could we even reach? I don't know. I would probably guess, let's say 20, if there's 32% that support Trump that fervently, to watch all this and still be dumbing up. Well, and I want to point out, they are being robbed, right? So there's the rich people. Let's peel off 10% or 10% people who are also somehow profiting off MAGA. So there's 22% left. Let's say probably like 18% of those people are completely in cognitive dissonance. So maybe we have 4% left. I don't know. It's hard to even say those numbers because doesn't it seem, I don't know, it just seems crazy. None of this makes any sense. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Sorry, I'm having a conversation with myself in my head. I want to show you guys something. This is real, and I don't know. I know I haven't been around, but while I'm not around, I think I still follow the news more closely than, 99% of America. Have you guys heard about this, what Fox News did? They played a video of a black woman saying things, and it enraged all these MAGA users, and they started attacking black women on the internet, and it was all a lie. I just want to be very clear that none of this is real, what I'm about to show you. Yeah, this is AI. This is not a real black woman expressing her feelings. I cannot say that enough. If anyone joins this live and is confused, please help me in the comments, because I'm scared to even play this. But I just want to give an example of how dumb and crazy MAGA are. Fox Entertainment News played this, and you're like, why are you saying entertainment? Well, because I can read. I've read a lot of the, I don't want to say thousands, but let's say hundreds of lawsuits that have been brought against Fox Entertainment News, and their legal defense for why they can just blatantly lie is that they are not, in fact, a news network. They are not journalists. It is entertainment. That is how they legally, if you're ever wondering, why can they blatantly lie and slander? That is their legal argument. Hey, we actually, even though we're pretending we're journalists, we're entertainers doing impressions of journalists. That is the legal argument. Fox Entertainment. That's why I call them that, because that's what they say. They say we are entertainers. We've never said we were journalists. It's unbelievable. So anyways, I just want to again reiterate, this is not a real video, but Fox Entertainment played it, told everyone this was real. Let me read this. Takes on how Fox News ran with a totally fake story, racist AI videos pretending to be real black women, and then quietly changed the headline instead of admitting they made a mistake.
Fox News got fooled by a series of racist AI videos or purporting to be black women complaining about losing their SNAP benefits. Even if these were real people, this is an absurd story to cover, and it's outrageous to try to nutpick a handful of people that you think will play into the racial prejudice of your audience. Insane.
But that's, what do you mean? That is the point of Fox Entertainment, is to not report our news. Sorry, I have the hiccups because I'm so disturbed by this, I think. But to literally cherry pick anecdotal stories. This one's a complete lie, but just say, hey, a brown person unalived a white person. And it's yeah, that's anecdotal. It's not indicative of crime in this nation. As a matter of fact, violent crime has gone down, right? It's the difference between Fox is trying to scare white people with anecdotal stories, one-off stories, versus reality, which is, yeah, crime has gone down since 2022.
Consider that and consider the news judgment on that. But the problem here is, the people aren't even real.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I get over $2,500 a month in stamps. I sell them $2,000 worth for about $1,200 to $1,500 cash. That's why everybody's upset. Folks say we're taking advantage, but that's how we get by.
It's not like getting fooled by one of these old deep fakes that were terrible. These things are getting good. But you're a news organization, and so if you're going to do an article based on a fact that was presented by a person, you need to confirm that person exists in the world. You can't just run with it. And one of the reasons you can't just run with it is because nowadays in 2025, the person that you're watching on your TikTok might not be a person, it might be a computer. Anyway, the new article continues. Other similar videos of women also claiming to have 7 different children and 7 fathers for them also went viral in what appeared to be AI-generated content. I do just have to correct them one more time. These are not videos of women if they're AI generated. They're fake videos. They're videos of computers. They've been conjured. They're not videos of women. News got fooled by a series of.
This is real life, right? And let me just say something, because I want people to understand why this matters. Like, oh, they retracted it. Doesn't matter. It's the same way while Trump was running for president, he had contractual agreements with media, which was what? If let me tell lies over and over and over live, and you can fact check me after. And why is that? Because it doesn't matter, right? People aren't coming back to read the fact check. They hear and see what they heard, and they believe it the first time. And Trump's right in that, right? The agreement was, don't fact check me live. Don't ever fact check me. Let me tell 100 lies, and then after the fact, you can correct me. But no one listens to the corrections. And same thing with this. Hey, maybe they knew, and I would believe there's no way they didn't know, because they fact checkers at Fox News. They knew it was fake. They played it, and they're like, oops, this was fake. You know, or that's what, I mean, I'm sorry. That's just my personal belief. I understand how media works. I'd be unbelievably shocked to learn no one checked. Because you could end up in a lawsuit. Like, I think they knew, and then they were just like, hey, you know, we'll just play it, and then be like, oops, after the fact. Because this is the reality of the times we live in. We are in hell. Sorry, I'm just looking for my Obama speeches. Yeah, I want to go over Cash Patel stuff, but it's not more important. So anyways, Abigail Spanberger, who's running for the governor of Virginia, and is... Wait, what? Oh, appeal approved. Sorry, I thought I got another violation. And I was like, I cannot deal with this. I'm okay. Obama was stumping for Abigail Spanberger, and like, I love Obama's speech. Like, he went in.
And Lord,
I also love how he does this. So that's Abigail Spanberger. He has whoever he's stumping for sit in a chair on stage. He did the same thing in Arizona for Ruben Gallego, and then just kind of like is like he has them like sit in a chair while he's just like, and I'm gonna show you how it's done.
knows we need that light. We need that inspiration. Because let's face it, our country and our politics are in a pretty dark place right now. It's hard to know where to start. Because every day, this White House offers up a fresh batch of lawlessness and recklessness and mean-spiritedness and just plain craziness. We got a president who thinks it's okay to use the Justice Department to go after his political opponents. Hey, wait, don't boo. Vote. They don't hear boos, they hear votes. So we got a president who replaces career prosecutors with loyalists who will do what he wants, and now he's telling them what he wants is for them to hand over millions of taxpayer dollars that he had to pay in expenses for previously violating the law. We've got a commander-in-chief who fires decorated officers because he thinks they might be more loyal to the Constitution than they are to him. He's deploying the National Guard in American cities, claiming to stop crime waves that don't actually exist. We've got masked ICE agents pulling up in unmarked vans and grabbing people, including U.S. citizens, off the streets on the suspicion that they don't look like real Americans. We've got an HHS secretary who opposes proven science and promotes quack medicine, a top White House aide who calls Democrats, the whole party, domestic extremists. We got some poor labor economist who got fired for accurately reporting bad jobs numbers that the president didn't like. I mean, it's like every day is Halloween. Except it's all tricks and no treats. And Lord knows.
Literally. Oh, I love this one. This is a great one. Obama's the best.
They've devoted enormous energy to trying to entrench themselves in power and punishing their enemies and enriching their friends and silencing their critics. They put on a big show of deporting people and targeting transgender folks. They never miss a chance to scapegoat minorities and DEI for every problem under the sun. You got a flat tire? DEI. Huh. Wife mad at you? DEI. What they have not devoted energy to is helping you. They have not put forward serious proposals to lower housing costs or make groceries more affordable. They haven't improved our schools. They haven't made healthcare more accessible. They haven't shortened your commute or prepared young people for the future where AI might take their job. I mean, they've devoted enormous energy to trying to entrench themselves in power and punishing their enemies and enriching their friends and silencing their critics. They put on a big show of deporting people and targeting transgender folks. They never miss a chance to scapegoat minorities and DEI for every problem.
I love this, man. I could listen. Like, this was one of... I've listened to him speak live several times. This was a good one. Oh, this is another great one. Let's tap the screen. Let's get to 550K.
And all the nonsense we see on the news every day, the over-the-top rhetoric, the fabricated conspiracies, the weird videos of a U.S. president with a crown on his head flying a fighter jet and dumping poop on protesting citizens. All of that is designed to distract you from the fact that your situation has not gotten better. They do it so you won't notice that while they're helping the wealthiest, most powerful people in the country consolidate more wealth and more power, your bills are still going up. And you're waiting longer at airports because there aren't enough air traffic controllers. And the program helping your kid with special needs was just gutted. So that is what's happening. And the good news is there's something you can do about it. Right here. Right now. Because you've got a candidate for governor who's got a track record of getting stuff done. Somebody who sees you and has been with you and knows your struggles and will fight for you every single day. Virginia, it's time to point America in a better direction by electing Abigail Spanberger as your next governor.
I love when he did this. My dream would be to sit on a stool while Obama gave a speech for me.
Now, her opponent, not so much. When someone asked her, and I'm just following this from...
Remember, I told you, because I'm not playing the racist, weird shit that Fox News has been perpetuating, but over the last 24 hours, after he gave this speech, what Fox News has done is this constant drumbeat of why, like, her opponent's black. Why doesn't Obama's black? Makes no sense that he wouldn't support a black woman. Like, literally. It's like, you mean a person who hates women, literally? Like, it's fascinating.
A distance. When someone asked her, apparently, about all the federal workers fired by this administration, given how important that is to Virginia, apparently Abigail's opponent said she wanted to talk about real issues. Didn't understand why these job cuts are, quote, a huge thing. Now, I don't know about you, but seeing your neighbors and your friends, your customers, out of work, even though they've dedicated their lives to serving people, having trouble making their mortgage, maybe it's just me, seems like a pretty big thing to me, pretty huge. And I'd want a governor to be paying attention to it. Abigail's opponent does seem to care a lot about what Trump and his cronies are doing, and she's praised the Republican tax law that would raise the cost of health care and housing and energy here in Virginia. She supported bills that would strip funding from Virginia public schools. She says she's morally opposed to protecting reproductive rights, says she will do everything in her power to cut off access to abortion. Virginia, you don't need a governor who puts party and ideology ahead of the people she was elected to serve. You deserve a governor who will think for herself and work for you. A governor who will create jobs and not cut them, and who will lower costs instead of raising them, and who will bring people together instead of dividing them, and who will do what's right for the people of Virginia, no matter what anybody in Washington thinks. You deserve a governor like Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah, I just want to say this. If you've never seen or been to a arena where Obama speaks, I encourage you, before he stops doing this, to just witness it once. I would describe the 2 times I was in an arena, because they are arenas. I mean, it's like he's Jesus, and I'm serious. It's like after his speech is done, it's like almost like people believe if they can just touch him that they will be healed. Like it's the closest I've ever thought to like people who really believe. Like people are like, just touch me and everything's gonna be okay after. Like it's crazy. Like people are like, I will do anything to be close to this man.
You know, a lot of people have asked me lately whether I'm surprised by the direction the country's taken. And even though I am the hope and change guy, I try to be honest with them. So I say, yes, there are things I am worried about. I am worried about how quickly basic democratic rules and norms have been weakened. I'm worried about how willing Republicans in Congress have been to surrender their role as members of a co-equal branch of government, refusing to buck the president even when they know he's out of line. Even when a lot of them will privately admit that power is being abused in ways that will hurt their constituents and hurt the country. I worry about a Supreme Court that, so far at least, has shown no willingness to check this administration's excesses, even when those actions break legal precedent and seem to defy the bedrock principle that no one is above the law. You know, a lot of people have asked me lately whether I'm surprised by the direction the country's taken. And even though I am the hope and change guy, I try to be honest with them. So I say, yes, there are things I am worried about. I am worried about how quickly basic democratic rules and norms have been weakened. I'm worried about how willing Republicans in Congress have been to surrender their role as members of a co-equal branch of government, refusing to put the president.
Over. My fault. Oopsies. Oh, this is my... Okay, I love this part.
I worry about the growing concentration of economic power in this country, with just a handful of mega billionaires and companies controlling what we see and what we hear. And I worry about how much that economic power distorts the political process. I worry about how readily not just business leaders, but others with influence in law firms and universities have been willing to bend the knee to this president's autocratic impulses to avoid retribution or protect profits or simply to avoid controversy. And I worry sometimes how we've come to accept this as normal. I worry about the growing concentration.
Before we start, or I go to the next clip, I just want to point out, that should be all of our sorry, I'm losing my voice apparently. Realist fear. I just want to repeat this thing I screenshotted because it scares the shit out of me. The 400 richest Americans, so 400 people in America are now worth 6.6 trillion. The entire bottom 50% of America is worth 4.2 trillion. And the only thing that is happening, as long as we don't repeal Citizens United, as long as we do not stop dark money from entering politics, as long as we don't, I love how people are like idiot MAGAs, like civil servants, we got to get rid of them. You could not be dumber. The only thing we need to get rid of is money corrupting politics. Until we get rid of money flowing into politics from super PACs, dark money from corporations, we will always have a problem. I cry in happiness every time I hear speeches. I agree. Obama has a gift. This is an actual gift. Oh, it's going to get better. I loved this speech.
But what I also tell people when they ask me about this, what I also try to remind them, is that America's always had competing stories about who we are and what this nation stands for. The first story says, we the people, just means some of us. That in order to qualify, you have to be the right color, or come from the right family, or worship in the right way, or have enough money. It says that even though we got rid of a king, there's still a caste system in America.
Can we tap the screen? Apparently I'm saying something inappropriate. I don't think that I am, but can we all just tap the screen and share the lives? I'm probably going to get a violation, even though I won the last appeal.
A pecking order of who makes decisions and who obeys, who gets opportunity and who is obliged to serve. And it's a story that's policed by fear and force, that tries to convince people that for their group to win, another group has to lose. That if somebody doesn't look like you or think like you or practice religion exactly the same way you do, they must be a threat to your way of life, and they need to be put in their place. And that's how Donald Trump thinks about America. Make America great again by putting the people like him back in charge, even if they don't know what the hell they're doing. Now, but here's the thing. That story is not new. That's the oldest story in the book. It's not even uniquely American. For most of human history, that's the way society's worked. There was somebody on top and somebody on the bottom. There were lords and there were peasants. And for a long time, that story of caste and privilege and concentrated power, that was the law of the land here in America. If you looked like me, you were likely treated as property. If you were a woman or a white man who did not own property, you could not vote. For a long time, if you were an Irish or Italian immigrant, we're not hiring. If you're Jewish or Asian, don't bother applying to our school. If you were Native American, you weren't even treated as an American, even though you were here. But from the very start, there was another story, born of this nation's true revolutionary spirit. A story that says we the people means what it says, that all of us are included, that we are not subjects, we are citizens, defined not by race or religion or gender or sexual orientation, but by our commitment to a common creed and a willingness to accept not just the privileges, but the responsibilities that come with that citizenship.
Let me be clear. This is what a president sounds like. Do you think presidents just whine and talk about who they need to get revenge against and how they're going to grift from us and take and make up lies about people coming out of insane asylums in other countries and coming into our countries? Do you understand the difference between an actual president who's managing the country and Donald Trump? Do you even recognize it anymore? This is what a president sounds like. It's not some idiotic weirdo being like, I've won every golf tournament I've ever played in. I will now read a list of people I need revenge against. I can't do math. I have no idea what I'm fucking talking about. Do you know the difference between somebody who is qualified to do a job and listening to a weird, old, creepy, I'm not going to say what I'm really thinking, whine? This is a leader. Donald Trump has never been a leader, never will be a leader. He's just a guy grifting and stealing from us.
But from the very start, there was another story, born of this nation's true revolutionary spirit. A story that says we the people means what it says, that all of us are included, that we are not subjects, we are citizens, defined not by race or religion or gender or sexual orientation, but by our commitment to a common creed and a willingness to accept not just the privileges, but the responsibilities that come with that citizenship. That's what made the American experiment unique. That's what made us special. And through generations of struggle and sacrifice, through the faith of abolitionists and the struggle of suffragists, through a civil war and civil rights protests, through union organizing drives and government reforms and investment in public education, we moved closer to those founding ideas. And in the process, we inspired the world. And that's the story I believe in, Virginia. I believe in an America in which we all deserve equal protection under the law and nobody is above the law. I believe in an America where every child has a chance at a good education and anybody who's willing to work and find a job or start a business and make a decent living. An America where opportunity isn't just reserved for those who were born into privilege or happen to have the right connections. I believe in an America where we don't fear each other, but look out for each other. And if we want that story to continue, if we believe in that better story, we need leaders who believe in it too. We need leaders who will tell the truth and who will take responsibility and tackle hard problems and bring people together instead of tearing them apart. We need leaders who won't serve bosses in Washington or big corporate donors, but instead will serve the people who put them there. Virginia, we need leaders like Abigail Spanberger.
That is a president. Like, can you, I mean, think about, I remember when I first watched this speech, I was like, the juxtaposition of Trump, like just some delusional, idiotic, insecure, lying, sycophantic, Nepo baby loser. Like, literally, who gives not a shit about anybody but himself. And if you still cannot figure that out, if you still support him, then you're an idiot. I don't know. And I just want to be clear, and this is not the people who are just watching lives like this. You are directly profiting or part of the grift, right? The MAGA cottage industry grift. If you are not directly making money off the MAGA cottage industry, then you are dumber than a box of rocks. You are being robbed and you are not smart enough to figure that out. Like, there's no two ways about it. Donald Trump is not a leader. He's a dumb grifter.
Then we have to get out there and vote for it. When I think back to a year ago, I remember talking to some people, even some folks who were friends of mine, who would say, you know what, this election doesn't matter all that much. That whoever the next president ended up being, it wasn't going to matter to them. If nothing else, the last 9 months should have cured us of that idea. Because the stakes are now clear. We don't need to speculate about the dangers to our democracy. We don't need to wonder about whether vulnerable people are going to be hurt. Or ask ourselves how much more coarse and mean our culture can become. We've witnessed it. Elections do matter. And they matter for you. People in power may be counting on your citizens. They want you to think there's nothing you can do. Nothing to stop them. Because they know once that thought worms into your head, they've won. But if there's one thing history has taught us, it is the most important office in a democracy is not president or even governor, it's the office of citizen. We all have more power than we think. We just have to use it. So if you believe in that better story of America, do not sit this one out. Vote for leaders like Abigail who believe it too. Leaders who care about your freedoms and will fight for your rights and who will go to work every day to try to make your life just a little bit better. And then get your friends and family members, your neighbors and co-workers to vote too. Because if we do that, not only will we elect Abigail Spanberger your next governor, you won't just put Virginia on the path to a brighter future. You will set a glorious example for the nation. Thank you, Norfolk. God bless you. God bless.
I want you to think of every time Trump speaks. Does he give a shit about anyone but himself? No. This is somebody who leads. And believe me, I could disagree with a lot of, like, Obama's choices, which I also think I don't understand what it's like to be president. But you know what I mean? Like, I can criticize any president or say, I don't know about this, I don't know about that. This is a leader. Think about every speech Trump gives. It's just him complaining, whining, lying, rehashing the past, talking about people he's angry about, like being like, oh, I'm going to go after Jack Smith, James Comey. Like, this is a joke. Our tax dollars are prosecuting bullshit. That real, because I'm not bringing these charges because they're fucking dumb. We have a person who's never prosecuted a case in her life and is not a criminal lawyer, just happens to have a bar license, prosecuting cases against James Comey and Letitia James. Like, one for delusional mortgage fraud. Like, I just can't. And by the way, and James Comey, because I love how MAGA's like, yeah, we're going to get him. Like, now he's going to get it for all the lies. Well, has anyone bothered to read the indictments? Do you know what Letitia James is accused of? Do you know what James Comey's accused of? Let me help you. James Comey is accused of, I'm trying to remember. I want to get the year right. Like, in 2000, like, the statute of limitations was up. He's just accused of, like, in the last year possible. Like, basically, the reason Trump had to find some fake lawyer to bring these charges because the statute of limitation was going to end in, like, a month. So it's just like, or for everything Trump says he did, it's already over. But just, James Comey went in front of Congress and said, yeah, I stand behind things I said previously. That's it. And that's it. We are trying him for lying to Congress, for just being like, yeah, I said what I said back then. Literally. That's the entirety of the 1.5 page indictment. He said what he said what he said. And a person who's never been a lawyer for the DOJ and has never prosecuted cases apparently going to do that. And then, just so you know, if you're worried, like, oh, did Letitia James commit a crime? Did she falsely indict Trump? Like, did she commit fraud? Is Trump innocent of anything he's been accused of? Oh, no. He first tried to get her on mortgage fraud, and then that didn't pan out. And then, like, I'm going to get this wrong. I'm going to get it wrong. But she basically owned a house that, like, her niece lived in, and Trump tried to say that was mortgage fraud. It turned out not. And then now there's, like, another house purchase, like, years and years ago, and he's trying to say it was not, like, effectively a rental property versus a primary property. That's it. MAGA, are you listening to me? You guys were convinced these people are criminals? This is what the cases are about. It's not James Comey's a criminal mastermind who's stole a bunch of documents and was keeping them in his bathroom. It is, he said what he said under oath. He said what he said under oath in Congress. That's the entire case. And now we're talking about someone who's like, and by the way, I don't know if anyone's ever bought a house, but, like, the mortgage agent kind of is like, oh, this is how you save money. Like, this is delusional. And I also think she's not going to, I think she's going to get out of it in the first place. But I just want you to know, we're talking about Letitia James might have saved $4,000 or something by checking and she didn't check the box. Like, her mortgage, whoever was selling the house to her, checked the box. So, just to be clear, there is no world in which Donald Trump's crimes, like, you can pretend that you guys are delusional idiots. And I know not, read the indictments. This is an indictment you guys can make sense of. It's only like 1 to 3 pages. You can read both you guys can get this information into your heads. You guys can figure this one out, that these people have done nothing. So good luck to you. And actually, I think, I'm not saying, and I just want to be clear, I'm not saying that FBI, anyone who's served as FBI director hasn't done, like, walked this gray line of, I don't know. I'm just saying whatever they convinced, lying to Congress, and this is probably rude to say, but I hope, and I don't think James Comey's going to lose this case, but I hope he does, because I am so excited to set the precedent that if you're under oath in Congress and lie, we can prosecute you. Because line up Republicans. I watch every congressional hearing. Byron Donalds, you tampered with if lying under oath in Congress is a problem, and not Byron Donalds because he's protected under the speech and debate clause, but I mean, like, people who have been under Kash Patel, creepy Pam Bondi, Stephen Miller, if lying under oath in Congress, if we're doing that now, no offense, James Comey, but I mean, it's no skin off your back if you're convicted. Like, you'll be fine. It's not even that big of a deal. So if we're going to prosecute people who have lied to Congress, then line up, MAGA. All of your leaders who have lied under oath, and yeah, once you're no longer in charge, we're going to line them up and prosecute them. Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, oh my God, the lies never fucking end. But I just recently have been watching Pam Bondi's interviews, and it drives me nuts. Oh wait, I have a couple extra clips of this I want to play.
Meanwhile, the government is shut down, and the Republicans who currently are in charge of Congress, they're not even pretending to solve the problem. They have not even been showing up to work. Not in session. Where are you? What are you doing? And as for the president, he has been focused on critical issues like paving over the Rose Garden so folks don't get mud on their shoes, and gold plating the Oval Office and building a $300 million ballroom. So Virginia, here's the good news. If you can't visit a doctor, don't worry. He will save you a dance. And if you don't get an invitation to the next White House shindig, you can always watch the festivities and all the beautiful people on Truth Social.
Imagine, like, he won't admit to who is paying for this. If you guys don't know about this, the real scary part is, like, he took this plane from Qatar and said, oh, it's free. By the way, this is... Qatar is known for harboring all the T groups that creepy MAGA says that we need to, unalive all of them. I just want to be clear, like Hamas, all of these T groups, you say there's no mercy, we just need to starve them to death or unalive them inside Palestine. These Qatar funds and harbors all these people. And then Trump got a free plane from them and then said it's free, don't worry. And then it's cost, I believe to date, $793 million for us to outfit it and make it safe. And that's the problem with this ballroom renovation and the rest of it. Nobody knows Trump's bathroom renovation. Nobody knows who's paying for it. He won't tell us. where the money is coming from. He's just accepting bribe after bribe and won't say who has bribed him. We are in a nightmare. And yeah, everyone should know that plane was not mother free. And imagine if Biden took a plane from a Middle Eastern country known for slavery. Literally, remember when Qatar hosted the World Cup? You know how they built all that in record time? They brought slaves there, stole their passports, and forced them to work against their will until it was done. I mean, I can read. I know what's going on. Like the human rights abuses going on in Qatar against women, are unreal. And we're accepting a gift. What if Biden did that? I'm just pointing out, like, MAGA, you guys, the hypocrisy of your guys' lives is never ending. You guys are, honestly, I don't even know. Oh, I just want to, because, like, I think this is funny, because when I heard Obama speak, the same thing was happening. It's like people think this man is Jesus, so they like, oh, I love you, like, please let me touch you. So this woman, I've seen the whole clip, this woman was like screaming, I love you and stuff. I just want to listen to what he said.
I love you, but hold on, I heard you, girl. Just settle down. I'm here to talk to everybody, not just you. I mean, you look cute, but I am married. Michelle's fine too.
Just want you to know, if you've never seen Obama speak live, you should witness. People will throw themselves at him. It's like the Beatles. I've never seen, people are like, I will do anything, just touch my hand. Like, it's scary to watch people around Obama. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Like, people will stay for hours and they're just like, just touch my fingers and then I can die. Like, it's honestly scary.
Her opponent, not so much. Mikey's opponent has now run for governor 3 times in a row. I mean, I believe in persistence, but at a certain point. So 3 times in a row. Other 2 times he lost. So this time his strategy is to suck up to the Republicans in Washington. So Donald Trump called Mikey's opponent 100% MAGA. Not a great endorsement. When he was asked to give the Trump administration a grade, Mikey's opponent said they deserved an A. Don't boo. I mean, I know there's been great inflation, but really, an A. This is the best we could do. These are the same folks who put secret war plans in a group chat.
They were sucked up into the chat. God, everyone, it happens.
You don't think there's anything they could be doing better? No room for improvement? Jersey, we don't need a governor who puts party and ideology ahead of the people that elected that governor. You deserve a governor who's going to think for herself and work for you. A governor who will create jobs and not cut them. A governor who will lower costs and not raise them. A governor who will bring people together and not divide them. A governor who will do right for the people of New Jersey, no matter what anybody in Washington thinks. You deserve a governor like Mikey Sherrill.
Notice this is New Jersey, not Virginia now. Like, I love when Obama just goes from state to state and is like, let me show you how to give a speech. That man, like, we need more people that can speak like that. Like, I mean, truly, that can make people just move when he speaks. I can't describe it, but you meet Obama in person, you hear it, and it's like you are in a trance. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. I've seen it in person twice, and I'm like, it's like watching people just be like, I'll die for this man. It's scary once you witness it, because it's like, is this what a cult? Is this what happens in a cult?
And here's the thing. It's not as if we didn't see some of this coming. I will admit it's worse than even I expected, but I did warn y'all. I did. You can run the tape. And by the way, he warned you too, because he said what he was going to do. But the fact is, there were plenty of people who voted for Trump and the Republicans anyway. And it wasn't because they wanted to give up the right to free speech or see our public health systems torn down, but because they were understandably frustrated with inflation and gas prices and the difficulty of affording a home and worries about their children's future, and so they were willing to take a chance. Now, 9 months later, you got to ask yourself, has any of that gotten better? Is the economy working better for you? Because it sure has gotten better for Trump and his family. You know, since he's been in office, the whole crypto business and other ventures have made hundreds of millions of dollars, including from foreign nationals and rich folks investing because they want to stay in the president's good graces. The economy has been really good for some of Trump's billionaire pals and for finance bros and well-connected corporations who've seen their tax bills go down and don't have to worry about all these pesky regulators anymore. But for ordinary families, costs haven't gone down, they've gone up, partly thanks to this shambolic tariff policy. Young people trying to get a start in life are having a tougher time than ever finding a job. Entry-level hiring is down 16% from last year. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees, including a lot of people here in Virginia, have lost their jobs to pay for those billionaire tax cuts. We're talking about people who have dedicated their lives to public service, who make the country work. Healthcare premiums for millions of people are about to double or even triple next year.
I love this man. I could listen to it forever, but okay, you know me and Jasmine Crockett. I know already played 2 clips, but this is from the rally for the Prop 50 in California. I love her hair. Like, I also love her hair like this, not to be creepy, but just, I feel like everything was perfect. Let's listen to Jasmine Crockett stump for Prop 50 in California as we love. Share the live. I got like 2 more violations. I don't even know why I was not talking, because, you know, apparently they're saying I'm saying things. I don't think anything that was said was wrong, but I don't know. Let's just tap the screen, share the live. Let's get to 700K, and let's listen to Jasmine Crockett in this and also the blue blazer. I love the entire fit. I cannot.
Some of y'all even know his name. And, you know, he decided he wanted to answer the call. Not the call of the people, not the call of Texans, but the call of Donald Trump. Right. So he says, yes, Mr. President. And the president said, well, you know I'm fucking up. This is me paraphrasing. And so he said, I'm not gonna win. Like, I know enough to know history. And I know that the last time I was in office, but when 2018 came around, I lost all them seats. And so now that I'm looking out for my homies, the billionaires, and I'm making sure that people are going to go hungry in the streets of America, I'm making sure that we're losing jobs to the tune of losing about 1 million jobs in this country. I've installed these tariffs that don't make any sense and don't help any working families. And the price of eggs, oh yeah, I didn't fix that. And about those wars, well yeah, I'm trying to start a new one. So guess what? I'm going to just have to make sure I cheat my way through, because that's the only way that I ever win is when I cheat, right? So Abbott said, yes sir, whatever you need, sir. So they decided to go after these seats. Some of y'all even know his name.
I mean, I think that's the most accurate representation of what is going on that I've seen. Oh yeah, and Adam Schiff also was, hold on, I think I have, yes, I did record this. Okay, look at this. Adam Schiff, too. Who's also the only person, one of the only people on Trump's hit list who still has not been successfully indicted. He tried the mortgage fraud thing, but it didn't stick.
It is incomprehensibly awful. He becomes president of the United States. He betrays every promise he ever made. He promises to bring down prices. Prices are going through the roof. And instead, what does he do? He takes trillions of dollars away from people's health care. He takes money away from people's food assistance. And he puts all that money to a tax cut for big corporations and rich people. Because this is all they're ever about. And that is doing even more for people who already have so much. And so this is what they do, and not surprisingly, it's horribly unpopular. Horribly unpopular. And the president's ratings go right into that golden toilet of his. And he knows that there's no way they can hang on to this deeply unpopular majority unless they find a way to rig the election, to rig the lines. So he calls up his friends in Texas and he says, you got to go back and redo those already gerrymandered lines or we're losing our majority. And they do. And they do. But our governor and our electeds and our community leaders said the hell with that. Said the hell with that. We're going to go to our voters. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to dilute the voting strength of all of you. They're trying to say, Californians, your vote doesn't matter. They're trying to say, we're going to take your tax dollars, you're a donor state, but we're going to cut your money for flood control. We're going to cut your renewable energy projects. We're going to take food away from your citizens. We're going to do all that to you because we don't think you're going to fight back. Well, we've got news for them. We are fighting back. We're going to pass this proposition. We're going to make sure we flip that majority in Congress. We're going to take back our country. It is incomprehensible.
And okay, so I'm so sorry I didn't see who wrote it, but someone said, can you explain how many seats we gained? Like, listen, I think we don't need to worry about how many, so here's the thing. Texas has redistricted. They've gained, 5 seats or 6 seats? And California is going to redistrict. Unfortunately, I don't think it ends here because Indiana, right? Trump has Indiana, for instance, I know for sure they are actively holding these public commissions where that's what I was talking about. Indianites, whatever. Whatever. They are very angry about this. I was talking earlier about how I was watching a commission and there were this one that's 50 people spoke in opposition to this. So because of this, which I think will pass, Trump is now, it's not going to stop. Trump's now we move on. Okay, now I'm going to keep going. And let me just show you. Because I didn't clip this, but I'm going to find, Because we should all, I mean, we're all going through so much trauma. We should look at a hot man. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, hot governor. Let's all take a second to appreciate hot governor. I'm sorry. If you know me, you've heard me talk about the hottest governor in America. And so since I'll give a list. I'll get the actual list together and the numbers of seats, but I just want to I'll show you guys something. Wait, hold on. Okay, this is the right. Sorry, I have so many outlines. I get confused if I'm looking at the right one. Yeah, Tuesday, 11/4. Okay, let me just find this because I'm just gonna play this live because I didn't screen record it. Thank God I didn't delete it. Okay, here we go. Let me just get it enlarged and stuff so you don't have to stare at X because it's very... Let's all take a moment to acknowledge the hottest governor in America who has entered the chat, because it's not going to... If Trump keeps going and keeps threatening these red states with supermajorities, it won't stop at California. Like, we have to have more states willing to help us get more seats. Oh yeah, and if you don't know, this is Governor Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, who happens to just be hot as shit. He can't help it. He's the hottest governor in America.
10 years, Maryland redraws our legislative and congressional maps to reflect the results of the census. It happens in every state across the nation. That process is supposed to promote fairness, competition, and representation. But you've seen the headlines. President Donald Trump and his allies are trying to rig the system and are hand-picking Republican states to go through redistricting processes. The president's unpopular policies are raising prices on virtually everything and taking away health care and food assistance to give tax cuts to billionaires. He can't defend these policies. So instead, he's just changing the rules to the game. This is an assault on the most basic promise of our democracy. And if we're serious about protecting our democracy, we cannot and will not just sit back and watch. Not in Maryland, not anywhere. So while other states are taking their cue from Donald Trump to rig the system, Maryland is doing the opposite. And that's why today, I am announcing the Governor's Redistricting Advisory Commission. The commission will be made up of a bipartisan group of leaders that will help guide the work with experience and deep belief in fairness and understanding of this moment. The commission will begin its work immediately, holding public hearings and listening to Marylanders directly and taking a hard, honest look at our congressional maps. And I've been clear from day one, and my position is not changing. While other states are determining whether or not they have fair maps, so will Maryland.
Wish I heard a word he said. I couldn't. He was too hot. I did read in an article that he's going to be the next state to redistrict. When he speaks, I can't hear over the hotness. But again, someone said, no, Gavin Newsom's hotter. I agree. Listen, actually, let me say this. The bar is in hell in America. Do you know what I'm saying? And men, listen to this. The bar is in hell. Are you a decent person who doesn't want to terrorize other humans and put them in jail for no reason and ruin their lives and then tank our economy and make us all starve to death? You might be attractive to women now. So speak up. Put your face on camera. Like, if you are just not a shitbag, it's possible now women will find you hot. The bar is in literal hell now for hotness. All you have to do is not be a sociopath terrorist and women will be like, is he hot? Like, it's like, yes, anybody who's not a monster is now actually hot. Like, that's the women. Can we talk about something? I think we need to become shitbags, because we now are just like, hey, any man that just isn't gonna grape me, hot, great guy. What? Look at this guy. He's not out there graping women. Like, isn't that great? We need to get to a point with men where that's how they feel about us. Do you know what I mean? Like, we need men to just be like, oh, she's not going to just do something horrible to me. She's so hot. Like, The bar is in hell for men, and we need to drive the bar down for women. Of course, yeah. Listen, these races we're talking about, you said NBC is calling for Virginia, but only for... Listen, if... I just want to say this clearly. If we don't win these races, then our concern needs to be whether or not elections are being manipulated. We should win all of these races comfortably. The closest race, depending on which polling you believe, will be New Jersey. That's the only one. Oh, and I just want to say, I don't believe that. I was reading a Fox News article because I was, oh God, these stupid, sorry, I have to do this puzzle piece and I cannot fail again. Hold up. Come on. This is ridiculous. I'm connecting a cactus to the rest of this. Hold on. It's not working. Oh my God. Okay. I'm on my third try. So this live is now I have to connect a goose's neck to its body. Why is this happening? Come on. Almost. Oh, I got it. I did not do that right. TikTok is getting weirder and weirder. But truly, the host has to do the puzzle. Yeah, like it's because they're worried if you're live for too long, like every couple hours, you have to prove you're not like a robot who's just staying live or whatever. And the puzzles are getting weirder and harder. Like that was insane. Or maybe I'm the only idiot that can't do that. I don't know. Anyways, women, we need the bar for us to be in hell. I need men to be like, oh, you're just not a monster who's going to ruin my self-esteem? Then I love you. Like, that's how we are now with men. Like, we expect absolutely nothing. If men are just like, I'm not going to abuse you, we're like, oh my God, this man's not going to abuse me. He's a gem. Yeah, it should not, none of these races should be close. I just want to be clear. Mathematically, if you've been following polling, none of these major races, we should win them all. And I mean, by far. Like, the New York mayoral race is a joke. Like, Andrew Cuomo should have already gone to Canada. There was not a mathematical way he could win unless something shady was going on. So that's what I'm saying. We should win all of them. The only race with it, and not saying she shouldn't win, would be Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey. But other than that, I mean, I think the closest poll in New Jersey was what, like 11 points? I don't even know. It was, I mean, if we don't win these races, it would be a sign to me that we need to fear the future, like, and whether or not elections would be legitimate. I thought New Jersey was closer than it was supposed to be because the candidate is bad. Which candidate, David, do you mean? Mickey Sherrill is like, if you're under the impression Mickey Sherrill's a bad candidate, then she's like Kamala Harris vibes is what I would say to you. Mickey Sherrill is unbelievably qualified to be the governor of New Jersey. And if you feel otherwise, then I would suggest that you find out who she is. Like, it terrifies me that you would say Mickey Sherrill is not qualified. Mickey Sherrill is more qualified than Donald Trump to be the president of the United States. Well, I mean, I'm more qualified factually than Donald Trump to be the president. But Mickey Sherrill is unbelievably qualified. Oh yeah, just to be clear, if you weren't watching the polls, Spanberger, I think the percentage chance yesterday that her opponent would win, I don't even want to say her name because she's so gross, was 2%. Like this, and this is the Trump effect. But Mickey Sherrill should win, right? I mean, you fly enough helicopters directly into combat and have the education that she has. There's just really no excuse for her not being elected. So, nope. hold on, David, don't backtrack now. David, your first hold on. I thought New Jersey was closer than it was supposed to be because the candidate is bad. And then I explained to you, like, she's more qualified than any man, and I mean that has ever been governor of New Jersey. On paper, Mickey Sherrill is more qualified. Anyways, and then you said that's the way the media is reporting it. And then you said qualified, unfortunately, doesn't matter. We had 2 presidential elections that proved that. Yeah, hey, whatever you've got to say, do your own research. Like, I'm scared for America. Mickey Sherrill's literally is qualified to run for president now. I don't care what you're hearing. Look up, why don't you just do a simple Google search and figure she could literally be president of the United States now. And you're like, that's the way the media is reporting. I don't know what media you're watching. Never heard that. Like, I'm scared for you that you can't do a simple Google search and figure out who that woman is. Like, if I was in a life or death situation, if I needed someone to lead me and lead she is that person. That woman is it. Like, she is her. Like, literally. And I know a lot of people say that, but that's her. She is her. She is that bee. Literally. Like, if she doesn't win, you guys are going to have a possibly corrupt, or let me put it this way, easily corruptible, sad, impotent weirdo to lead you and do exactly what Chris Christie did, which is whatever the people tell him to do. And then after the fact, he'll be like, oh, wait, I have a spine. Let me prove it to you. I mean, half a spine. Like, yeah. We have one person with a spine in the race for New Jersey governor. Of course she is. Does anyone realize who she was running against? Thank God. Abigail Spanberger is brilliant. But it'll be interesting to see, like, if you don't know, all of what is it? It's the Commonwealth. I always say it wrong. The Commonwealth of Virginia. Is it the State House of the Commonwealth? All of those seats are up for grabs. So we shall see. Are the results in for everybody? I think we'll be fine. Like, what was that guy's name? I've blocked it out. What was the governor's name that's been terrorizing women in Virginia? Like, I can't imagine we're not going to hold the State House now. I'm getting excited. Oh, let me just check Truth Social really quick. Let's see if Trump is threatening everyone. I mean, that's what he did all day long, is just threaten people to vote. Oh, God. Oh, he's mad. See, this is what I'm saying. Tomorrow, just understand, something very important is happening tomorrow. And Trump's already trying to threaten the Supreme Court. Understand. Let me see if I can add this quickly. This is just a screenshot, so I think the cloud should let me add it to this live. Hold on. I want to show you guys something, and so we understand how important. Not to say today is important, but I think, like, mathematically, Trump on some level knew there was no way. Here, hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this, or I'll just text it. Give me a second. I want to show you guys what Trump is up to, because this is the second time. He's terrified. I heard that his advisors had to be like, you cannot go to the Supreme Court and try to bully them, because that would actually make them hate you more. He was like, I'm going to show up there and scare them all into doing what I want. Like, this man is insane. Hold on. Okay, got it. So, tomorrow, which, not to say today isn't important, but mathematically, I think it would be, the only thing that would scare me is if Democrats didn't win these elections, because that would be a sign to me that Trump was now officially, like, starting to fix elections, and I'd be scared. But this is what tomorrow's United States Supreme Court case is literally life or death. It's not. tomorrow the Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments of blocking Trump's tariff power. And I just want to be clear, this lawsuit, many lawsuits have been brought against Trump's insane tariff power, which I just want to be clear, at any time, Congress could take this power away from him. But because Republicans are impotent, flaccid weirdos, they won't take it back. So many lawsuits have been brought, which were just ignored. But this lawsuit that has made it to the Supreme Court has been brought by Republicans, powerful Republicans, whose businesses are being hurt by Psycho and his grifting tariff policy. So Trump's like, tomorrow's United States Supreme Court case, it is literally life or death for our country. Oh, for your grifting? With a victory, we have tremendous but fair financial and national security. Without it, we are virtually defenseless against other countries. Like, this man's insane. And if the Supreme Court just once could have a spine and stop him from robbing us all, from taxing us illegally. This is illegal taxation without representation is illegal. Literally. And that's why, if I want to say this, like, take all the weird social things and who's peeing in what bathroom, Congress, who could stop Trump from robbing us and taxing us a third time. We pay state, we pay federal taxes, and this weirdo is taxing us every time we have to buy something. And our spineless Republican congressional leaders, I live in Arizona, where there's a majority of them, won't vote to stop him. This is illegal. This is we are being robbed. We should actually probably be refunded the money we have paid. We are being taxed without representation. That's what the Boston Tea Party was about. And this weirdo is still going on because this is his leverage. This is how he's getting his hotels approved around the world. This is how he's throwing power around. If it's taken away, what's he going to do now? Literally. I know, I have my receipts too. I'm like, we should all just submit our receipts and ask for a refund. Because taxation without representation was why America was built. It's what started the American Revolution. And Republicans are too dumb to recognize it while it's happening. Like, I can't. So, and he's like, thank you for your attention to this matter. This is the one chance the Supreme Court has to stop something actually horrible and detrimental to our country. Do I have faith in the Republicans sitting on the Supreme Court? Absolutely not. But the oral arguments are tomorrow, so we shall see. And I've never seen Trump care more about something other than his own case when he was trying to get executive power consolidated in the executive branch. I've never seen this man care more about something than retaining his power to blackmail and leverage other countries with tariffs, which, again, they are not paying tariffs. We are. It's delusional. So anyways, I've got to go because I've been live for 5 hours and 13 minutes. Love you all. I will be live tomorrow. Later, Gators.